Welcome to the final day of the 49er and 49erFX World Championships, sailing out of Marina Rubicon in the south of Lanzarote. This is the Canary Islands in the middle of the Atlantic, and we can't wait to bring you the action for the final day and find out who is going to win these medals in a critical Olympic year leading up to the Paris 2024 Games. Hi, my name's Andy Rice, and with me today on the commentary team, I've got two Olympians, Finland's Noora Ruskola, a former 49erFX racer and current kite campaigner, and also Stevie Morrison, 2007 world champion and also a very current coach in the Olympic scene and very familiar with a lot of the names and faces that we're going to be talking about today in the action. So we've got lighter winds today, Noora. It's going to be a different kind of challenge to certainly what we saw yesterday. Yesterday was full on, but it's still going to be tricky out there for different reasons, isn't it?
It is, but it's going to be fun to have different winds today compared to yesterday. So we'll see different boats doing well and different teams. And the race course is super close here to the land, so that's going to affect the wind a lot.
And Stevie, hello to you this morning. Different kind of breeze. The swell's still going to be there. That's always a factor here in the Atlantic, and we love that. But how do you think the nature of the action is going to change with lighter conditions?
Well, it's just that it's going to be a lot shiftier out there today, Andy. It's coming a bit more off the shore, a bit more between the two volcanoes. So maybe not the sea state won't be quite as big a thing. Boat handling shouldn't be a problem today. But yeah, a lot of gear changes for the crews, a bit more snakes and ladders. So if you're a leader and you're wanting to stay close to someone, that's going to be really hard to do because things will be changing quite quickly. And yeah, should mean good action in the pack, but nothing's going to be finished till it's over. Not all over till the fat lady sings. I think that'll be the saying of the day.
Just to clarify, Snakes and Ladders, that's a British board game. I don't know if the rest of the world's familiar, but if you haven't played it, Snakes and Ladders it's the best example of what sailing is like on a day like today with offshore northerly breezes. Anyway, let's find out a little bit more about the venue and what makes Lanzarote so special for this kind of regatta.
The 2024 49er and 49erFX World Championships. We're in Playa Blanca on the southern tip of Lanzarote in the Spanish Canary Islands, middle of the Atlantic. Perfect sailing conditions, but the pressure is now well and truly on as we're in the final series here to race towards those world titles. More importantly though, perhaps for some teams out there on the water, it's the 2024 Paris Olympic Games looming large on the horizon. Just 20 49ers, 20 49erFXs from all different countries around the world will have a chance to race in those games. And there's 4 remaining spots in the 49er fleet, 5 remaining spots in the FX fleet. And they're going to be chasing hard to make sure they get a starting position in Paris in the summer. Now the conditions here, what can we expect? Well, we're in the middle of the ocean. We've got big ocean swells running out there. It's often a very confused sea state, so it will challenge the boat handling of those 49er and 49erFX crews. Good breeze forecast on average, normally a northwesterly trade wind we find here, but it comes over the island, shifty, gusty, patchy. Snakes and ladders, plenty of opportunity out here for the crews. It's going to be the ultimate challenge. The racing's going to be tight, and as we know, when the pressure starts to build, the best tend to rise to the top. So just 3 days remaining. Who can we expect to see on top of the leaderboard at the end of things? Because there's going to be 2 crews smiling out there, and we look forward to finding out who that is.
Well, some of those crews are always smiling, and they have a good poker face. It's sometimes hard to do well and who's doing badly purely on their facial expressions. But we've got some clear leaders in these competitions, and there's a lot to do for some of the others to catch up today. So let's just give you a sense of what's going to be happening today. The schedule, we have first off a final Gold Fleet race for the top 25 for the 49erFX women and then the 49er men. And so there's the schedule. It's actually moved a little bit. We didn't have enough breeze to get racing on time, so we have pushed back the start time of the gold medal races, and we hope to bring you those in the next 15 minutes or so, starting with the 49erFX Gold. And so there's the battle to get into the top 10, because only the top 10 go into the medal race this afternoon. So we're going to be keeping an eye out for which of those teams are on the cusp of breaking into the top 10 or maybe falling out of the top 10. And then, of course, we'll be bringing you the updates on who's looking likely to win the Worlds overall and also the silver and bronze medals. So lots to watch out for today. It's all on 49er.org. There is tracking that we're using to help keep us informed of the action, and you can also get the tracking yourself with lots of analysis within there. So it was a really difficult day yesterday, really strong winds. There was one moment, I just want to show you this before we go to the interviews that Noora did with some of the 49erFX competitors at the end of yesterday after they'd come ashore. Just take a look at what happened to the Swedish. So they're just flying downwind, and then the next thing you know, Rebecca Netzler, the crew, gets washed off the back of the boat. She's then got to swim and catch up the boat. Vilma Bobak, she's still steering the boat, wondering what to do. Do I try and drop the kite? I think she started to drop the kite and trying to keep the boat upright, but actually that's just taking the boat further away from poor Rebecca, who's still swimming as fast as she can after the boat. But eventually, Vilma and the boat, they are capsized, and that at least gives Rebecca a chance to catch up. But Rebecca told us later on that her heart rate monitor said that was the highest heart reading she's ever had, higher than anything she's experienced while actually sailing the boat. So let's just go to those interviews that happened that you did with the 49erFX competitors, Noora.
So Dylan and Annette, what an incredible day. You're still in the lead. How was it out on the race course? We saw it from all the beautiful drone pictures, but it didn't look that windy. While looking at the performance, it looked like it was windy and wavy.
It was quite windy and really nice waves, so it was like perfect sailing conditions. It was really fun just to be out there and smash the boat around the race course.
We had very good starts and good speed, so that was nice, but sometimes you can get in your own head a bit, especially with these maneuvers in very choppy waves. And we got better and better throughout the day, felt more relaxed and more trust in ourselves, so we ended up just having a lot of fun.
You're currently second, and oh my god, today was a hectic day. And you were you were so fast on the race course. It's incredible. But what happened in that one downwind? Talk us through.
Yeah, we thought we had a nice lane against the others, and we were pushing really low and fast. And then actually out of nowhere, I just got hit from a wave on my back. So I got lifted up from the trapeze. And then out of nowhere, I was just like in the water, seeing them sailing away, and yeah, started swimming.
Did you make it back to the boat eventually?
Yeah, so I don't know how long it took, but I was swimming for a very long time.
Yeah, it's mixed feelings for sure. We were so happy with how we sailed the boat up until this moment. So we were fast and very confident going into the day, and we had a really good day on the water, and then just one unfortunate wave, an incident that never happened to us before, so now we know how to handle it better if it happens again next time. So yeah, it was really fun races out there, and yeah.
Noora, when you were sailing 49erFX for Finland, did anything ever happen to you like what we saw happen to the Swedes?
Oh yeah, these things do happen. This boat it's so thrilling, you know. Just the amount of work that goes into just keeping these boats upright and sailing them as well as the girls are sailing. It requires a lot of the hours, but things like these happen. Like, they're difficult boats.
And I suppose you're not looking for those moments, but it's when those moments happen that makes you appreciate all the moments when you manage to avoid capsizing. Stevie, is that part of the appeal of the 49er and the FX? Is that it's just so damn hard to get right?
I think that's the sort of appeal of high-level sport in general, isn't it? You're pushing yourself against the best people in the world, and I think what was really interesting there was that was the first moment in the day that Vilma and Rebecca felt they needed to put the hammer down, so they got that boat a little bit flatter. They were really pushing a little bit faster, and as soon as you push in faster, you're a bit more on the edge. And of course, if you're on the edge, it's easy to fall off it. And yeah, I certainly love that the 49er, you're able to push the boat really, really hard. and at times you're actually having to back off and slow the thing down. There's effectively way too much horsepower for what you've got out there on the water. So it was really interesting to hear. That was the first time they felt, okay, the Dutch are ahead of us. We got to drop the hammer. They dropped the hammer and got a little too close to the edge. But yes, I mean, 49er FX they're a joy to sail, privilege to get to sail, really. And I wish I could still be doing it rather than sat here talking about it, Ricey.
Well, what we're doing is the next best thing, but for sure, sailing a 49er on FX is the very best thing you can do. Let's find out more about this amazing boat. So that's the boat, that's the equipment. Noora, I just want to ask you just to highlight a couple of the teams that we're going to be watching in the 49er FX. So anyone jump out at you that you want us to mention?
Well, I'd like to mention the Australians, actually, Lara and Annie. They have sailed incredible this event. They were actually last Worlds, their 20th. And so now it's really surprising and good, nice to see them on 4th position. I think they will really push to try to get into the 3rd today. But let's see how it goes. It's going to be tight racing. Then we have in the top 10, just trying to squeeze into top 10 today. We have the Canadians there currently, then the US and New Zealand team. Just like a few points behind, I think this race is going to determine. The Canadians are on 123 net points, USA is 124, and then it's 126. So this just like depends on who's going to finish. Are they going to finish after each other, or going to get squeezed in a few other boats between? That's going to determine who's fighting for the top 10 today.
Yeah, that's a battle well worth watching because they are very class teams, the USA and the New Zealand teams, and they will be disappointed if they don't make it into the medal race, but currently they're just outside the top 10. Stevie, who do we want to highlight in the men? Any particulars that you want to bring up from the top 10 men?
Oh, I think you can't look too far away from James Grummet and Ross Hawes there. I mean, what a performance by them. I mean, Fischer and Piquin, it's worth... I got a text message from Chris Draper last night, who won the Worlds a couple of times back in the day as well. And Chris was like, have a look at that scorecard. And when you actually, it's not on the screen now, but if you look at the scorecard on the 49er.org website, the number of top 3 finishes in races is mind-blowing. So you've got to take your hats off to the people at the top of the leaderboard sometimes, because they've had an absolutely fantastic week in a high-pressure Olympic qualification situation for them. Back down. I think the top 10 should be fairly secured, really. Pretty hard for the 11th place Australians to catch up with Dortoli and Del Peche. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see what Fischer and Piquin do today, and a bit less wind. And then, can Grummet and Hawes make a late charge for the podium? Because that really would be a big story.
Basically watch out for a battle between Spain and Great Britain for that 3rd spot. So let's just go to where Noora's walk around the harbour that she had earlier this morning, interviewing some of the men in the 49er fleet. Let's go to that.
To the final day, we're catching up with the 49er guys before they go underwater. Let's go and see who we find. Here we have the British guys. Well, hello. Ross, good morning.
Morning.
Hey, today you're going in actually on fourth with almost tied points with the
point two in it.
point two with the Spanish. How are you feeling for today, and what's your strategy?
We're sort of approaching it like any other day. It's a bit of a different one with just one race in the morning and then the double point medal race this afternoon. I think we're treating this morning race as sort of a fourth race of yesterday, basically, and then we'll take this afternoon as it comes and see how the points lie going into that. But get a bit of the Spanish and the Dutch, hopefully.
So are you thinking of approaching it as an like attack or more like defense and holding the people behind?
Not really looking at it defensively. I think if we sail how we have been the whole week and just enjoy ourselves, I think we'll come out pretty well.
Okay, good. Hey,
Keep it simple.
keep it simple, exactly. Well, thank you for this and good luck. Well, quickly catching up with the Swiss team just before coffee, right? Or where are you heading?
Yeah, exactly. Got a 1 hour postponement to get some better breeze. So yeah, we're just gonna sit down with the coach, have a good talk about the day and have a day coffee.
Yeah, what's your plan for today? Do you have a strategy? How do you approach this day?
Well, exactly as the other days, we try to climb up the rankings. No, we'll give it all on the last final races, and aim for a higher spot.
Well, it will be fun today. And hey, good luck with the racing.
Cheers. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Bye. And here we have the French team, our race leaders so far. You're going into the final day with a 30-point lead, actually, and it looks super close for you to get the first French world title in the 49er. How are you feeling today?
We are feeling good. Huh? We have a good week so far, so we are just focused on this day. But yeah, I don't think for myself, I don't feel any pressure or anything. Just sail like we sailed all the week, and we will see what today has in store. But for sure, yeah, we are 100% focused of today.
Yeah, you seem very calm. I'm thinking, what's your strategy for today? You know, you're just gonna enjoy it, or do you have someone you want to keep behind?
Yeah, first of all, we are super stoked to be able to pretend to a medal for this event. We are super happy, and now for sure we are keeping calm because we are happy to sail together again. So I think we just enjoying our time on water together with Clement. So we are just focused on ourselves and sail how is good we can do, and yeah, it was pretty nice for this week so far.
Yeah, you've been doing incredibly so far, and it's been beautiful to look at your sailing. So I wish you luck for today, 2 more races, and just send it, guys. We're gonna see the guys on the water really, really soon, so sending you back to the studio.
So we're just 5 minutes away, just under 5 minutes away from the start of the first race. It's going to be 49erFX Gold Fleet. Stevie, Erwan Fischer said it's nice to be back sailing together again, and for that he was referring to a back injury that he had a few months ago that took him out of sailing, and Clement Piquin was sailing with another helmsman for a while until Erwan got better, and it makes me think about coming back fresh, and also the other team you mentioned, James Grummet and Ruskola, only sailing together so far for 3 months. We can't call it beginner's luck, but there's something about refreshing, pressing reset on a campaign that sometimes really helps. Any insights on that?
No real insights, just other than it's very hard. I mean, Ben and I often found that once we'd had a break, we'd come back and the expectation on yourself is lower. So you're kind of happier. You're almost pleased and surprised at how well you're sailing the boat, and that freedom in it lets you get your head out of the boat, lets you make those simple decisions. It's fundamentally quite a simple sport, but there's an awful lot of variables that allow you to make it very, very complicated. And the privilege of sailing full time and being able to race your 49er like this is you can work on the minute detail all the time, but it's very, very easy to get lost in that minute detail. So I think definitely a break kind of lowers your own expectations and gives you that freedom. And it's definitely very hard when you're 3 or 4 months in and you still mess up attack, which is probably going to happen. But yeah, you start getting into your head quite a lot with it. And, you know, same with all this pre-start boat handling that we're seeing here. You can see how amazing in this lighter breeze, the whole fleet's that bit closer to the line. They're able to control the boat perfectly. And you know, that's not by chance. They're sat out on the water practicing for hours and hours. Any kids listening, hopefully they're on the water on a Sunday, but listening to the replay of this, you know, that this is hours and hours of practice to be able to sit like this. But make sure you realise how good it is and keep enjoying it.
Yeah, to jump in here, but it looks like the boats are just, sitting there, but actually they're just competing who's going to get the best spot in the starting line, already lining up at like 3-4 minutes. You got to go there early to get that spot, because once someone parked there, there's no way you're going to slide in later on.
No, and I've seen in Miami, when it was really light in Miami, that even 8 minutes they're lining up sometimes.
Yeah, well, to be fair, Ricey, pretty sure the highest heart rate I ever got was in the pre-start, paddling the tiller and the main sheet. So I can assure you, for a helm on a 49er, this is one of the most physical moments in the race. You're working hard on the tiller there. We can see the boat closest to camera. I think that might be the Swedish girls, and that's Wilma at the back, working the tiller, working the main. Looks quite relaxed at the moment, but if you're going to suddenly want to do a couple of tacks, throw off and push away one of the other boats around you, you've got to get pretty physical and aggressive. So, yeah, it's absolutely right what Noora's saying. It's quite a physical moment, especially for the helms right now in the race. And then trying to judge this acceleration in the next few minutes is, of course, going to be really crucial in this lighter winds.
25 boats on the start line. We're on the final day of the 49er and 49erFX World Championships in Marina Rubicon, Lanzarote. The heart rates will be running high in Stevie's case because he was operating at max heart rate, but for others, just because the adrenaline is pumping really, really hard right now.
That's actually a fun fact. We would normally look at our heart rate measures, monitors after the race, and we'll see the skipper actually had the highest heart rate in the start. Not because of the physical work, because of the stress, and also partly because physical, but yeah, mostly
That's
the
crazy,
stress.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, it doesn't look like hard work from the outside, but beautifully described and explained by you two as to why this is such a critical part of the race and why the hearts are pumping so much right now, because getting a start, even just by 50 centimetres better than the boat next to you, that half a metre can translate into hundreds of metres up the racetrack. You don't want to be stuck in the bad air of the boats behind you, and that's why they're jostling so hard for position right now. With 20 seconds to go, Germany 22, a little bit poked out towards our end of the line, what we call the pin end of the line, and typically up at the end, Brazil really pushing hard on the committee boat end. We always see the Olympic champions, Martine Grael and Kayana Kunz, with their nose poked out pretty early on these starts. We're just launching into it now, and I think that's going to be a clear start, and it's a very good start for Germany. 772 off this end of the line. Slightly slower acceleration off the committee boat, but a very good start by Brazil at the committee boat end as well.
The boats that we will be looking after is definitely the Swedish here, just below. They don't have the greatest start. Then we have the Australians that actually they have an incredible start. I think they position themselves in a good place because they want to go for that bronze medal, currently sitting on 4th. Then we have further down the race course, who do we see there? I'm actually trying to find, well, you have the US girls going towards the right, finding more wind from there. Looks like, you know, the fleet wants to maybe stay more on the right side of the course. I would expect today that. We're so close to the land. It's not warm enough yet on the land, and they will probably work better later on. But yeah, it's tricky to say. The wind is just coming offshore, and it's patchy.
Yeah, it certainly is patchy, but what a great start, Stevie, by Germany 772, and also by Brazil on the far side. Who do you like so far? Oh, yes, Noora, you've just pointed out that's Netherlands way at the back on the right-hand side. Stevie, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, the Brazilian start was the one, really. The German timing was fantastic, but Brazil dominated that start line. And yes, the Netherlands are out the back, but it needs a good result from the Swedish girls, Wilma and Rebecca, need to actually finish in the top 7 here to keep the racing alive. They basically, if the Netherlands crew can be within 5 places of the Swedes, who are in the middle of our screen here, then the Dutch will do enough to hold to regain the world title that the Swedish took from them last year. So pressure on the Swedes to get up into the race, but they've got a nice lane in there at the moment, I think. It'll be interesting to see who's in front of them. They've got a tight little group with the Brazilians, and the Brazilians will be fast on a day like today. This is real Martine Grael type conditions, and the Italians as well there. Germani, she's had a great event, sat in 3rd at the moment. And I think that really it could be a really good race for them. Germani and Bertuzzi on board that Italian boat have a good position, and if they can get a good result, then they're going to be really trying to grab that last spot on the podium.
We currently see our race leaders are all far away in the back of the fleet, and I think this is going to be a really interesting race. A lot of them are going to sail, well, conservative, I'd say so, especially with the Dutch, because they want to keep their lead and not want to do anything crazy. They don't want any letters on the scoreboard today, because that's the way how they're going to win this event.
So the Dutch certainly in the position that everyone else would like to be, going into the day with a really healthy points lead over Sweden in second, who in turn has a really healthy points lead over the Italians in third. So we're going to see how things shake out in this race. It is possible that the world title could be decided. It could go to the Netherlands if the Netherlands do well enough in this race. And there's a similar scenario in the men that we'll talk about later on. Stevie, you said this was good Brazilian conditions. Just explain why you think it's a good day for Martin, Grail and Kayana Kunz.
Martin's just very dynamic sailor, and as we look at the helicopter or the drone footage that we've got here right now, we can see it's quite a lot of patchy, gusty wind. I used a snakes and ladders analogy before. I think to be a bit more down with the kids, it's a little bit more Super Mario Kart out there, actually. You know, if you can get into one of those dark patches of water there, that's like a rocket boost. You get to charge your way through, and of course there's plenty of banana skins out there should the shift be wrong or you fall into a hole of water. And I just think Martine's very good at getting her head out the boat. She's aggressive how she races the course, and you're going to need to back yourself on a day like today. Trust your decision making, sail what you're in, try not to look too much at other people, and I think that really suits her style, along with the fact that they're definitely better in the lighter breeze. They're probably a little bit smaller than some of the other female crews out there. They've struggled to kind of really get up to pace in the breeze, but we've seen they're fast in the light stuff, so good Brazilian conditions.
Looking at the screen, though, it looks like they're sailing into like a lighter part of the race course all the way to the right. You see there's now the first boats all the way on the left. I think they just fell out of the breeze, but it will tricky to say. I think once you fall out of the breeze, you don't want to do that with these boats. Like, you really want to look for those dark patches, as Stevie said.
That was a really good start by Germany, 772. I was really impressed by them off the pin end of the line. So it'd be interesting to see if they manage to keep that going. It's not a team that we've seen an awful lot of so far today. And yeah, this is much lighter conditions, so maybe a different set of sailors will come to the front.
Yeah, like you said, I think today, especially with the light breeze, it always gives more opportunity to, you know, newer teams. Definitely the speed plays a big role, but not maybe as much in the light conditions. You can gain a lot of like positioning yourself, having a clear lane, tacking maybe next to someone and killing someone from like being just lee bow to them. These kind of small things that you can work with, and you see new names and new teams in the front on days like these.
Yeah, and there's a lot less swell today. It's a much flatter playing field than what we've seen on other days. Stevie, the key to winning these championships is really being good enough in all conditions. You don't have to be the fastest in all conditions. And I think maybe that's what the Brazilians have always been good at historically. Or do you need a super strength? Do you need a super strength that you can lean on in a particular set of conditions?
I think the ideal would be that you're that good that you don't have a particular super strength. You're just so good in every condition. I think realistic is that you have a super strength and you try and build that around the venue that you know the event's going to be in. I think it's been generally speaking, this is probably the lighter end of the regatta so far. It's about as light as we've seen all week. So it has suited those slightly medium to heavy air sailors so far. And of course, we just one race today in a medal race. Perhaps the light wind specialists won't get to show off, but the leaders are already up on the lay line here. And one of the first big decisions of the day, looks like there's some breeze coming from the right-hand side of our screen. Looks like the right-hand side of the course has done pretty well here. So it might be a moment for a few jibe sets. And of course, jibe set at the first windward mark is always a pretty big call to have to make. Looks like the Polish girls are going pretty well there. But the Italians, Germani and Bertuzzi, they potentially going to roll forward and lead at Mark 1 here. which is great for them as they're already in third. But actually, with the Swedish showing us way out the back at the moment, and after that disastrous last race yesterday where Rebecca unfortunately fell in, it could actually put the Italians quite close to the Swedish on points overall in that battle for the silver medal. And of course, with Sweden nowhere near the top 7, potentially a gold medal's about to get dangled around the Dutch girl's neck.
Right, so this is good news for Italian fans as round come the first mark in the lead. It's Bertuzzi and Germani. And are they going to do that jibe set? Could well be. Is that Sweden I see coming up in about 4th place? That's Poland going round in 2nd. Go straight into the jibe
That does
set.
look like
and now
Sweden, Andy. That does look like Sweden.
Then we have our 2-time Olympians, Olympic medalists, gold for Brazil, Martina and Kahena, and they're just on 3rd. Let's see if they're also jibe setting. And then we have the Swedish here. Such a good climb. I mean, come back from them.
Amazing, amazing. I mean, we don't think of this as their favourite conditions, but they're obviously clearly not slow in this stuff either. So Sweden going well, going for the straight set by the look of it. Round comes Germany 33 into a jibe set. Then the Australians, who started the day in 4th. The Americans, USA 7. They need to get up from 11th place. This might be enough to just get them into the top 10. And nearly everyone going for the jibe set, but I don't think we saw Sweden go for the jibe set, so it'd be interesting to see what they choose tactically down this run. Poland 14 going round, and then Jo Ali and Molly Meach from New Zealand also jibing round. So I don't see anyone going out on starboard jibe, so maybe the Swedes did also go for the jibe set. So that just tells you how much of a shift there has been. So Stevie, is this turning into a bit of an easier course for the Italians to defend their lead?
I think so, but you see there's gusts of wind coming down behind them, so I think it makes it quite hard if you start to get this gauge. You can see at the moment, although they'll be jibing back onto starboard, which is a little bit easier, it's going to potentially bunch up behind them. If they can get round the next bottom mark in the lead, it should be a lot easier. But as we see now, what is far from easy is for the Dutch. They're absolutely trapped in the back of the pack, and this won't have disastrous ramifications for the Dutch because their discard is a 13th. So despite the fact they're well back at the moment, the worst they can do is pick up 13 points in this race. So it's all about where the Swedish managed to get to or hang on to in terms of the World Championship battle. But yeah, first sign of weakness for the Dutch at the moment. They're right in the pack and they actually choose to split away. So bit of a roll of the dice here by Adil and Nanette. They're looking for one of those rockets down the side of the course to get them back into this race.
Stevie, you said the worst they can finish is 13th. Just explain what you mean by that.
Yeah, so during the sailing week, we accumulate the scores all week and you get what's called a discard. So you're allowed to throw out your worst score during the regatta. Now, at this point, the Dutch girls are discarding, so they're throwing away a 13th. So even if they finish last in this race, that would then become their discard and they would go back to their current discard, which is a 13th. So the worst they can get in this race is 13 points. The Swedish girls, after that moment in the race yesterday, they actually finished 23rd. So they're throwing away that 23rd currently, but it does mean that whatever they get in this race will have to count because a 23rd would not be good enough.
Okay, thanks for that. That explains that. And so falling in yesterday for the Swedes does put them under pressure to get a good score today. We saw them go round in 4th place round the first mark. And meanwhile, the Italians on the left look like they're being pushed hard by the Polish, who are looking like they're threatening to roll over the top of the Italians. It looks like Poland 5-2-5 has a little bit more breeze. There are the Dutch flying along nicely on starboard, but look at the distance between them and the leaders further down to leeward. So Dutch with a lot of catching up to do right now, and maybe that's why they're deciding to roll the dice, go the opposite way down the racetrack, as Poland 5-2-5 is now rolling over the top of the Italians. And you can see the Italians really sitting in as their breeze gets taken away. So a lead change there.
Yeah, that was a good move from the Polish. They really did a good job at that. Like, that's the only option they had. Jibe just inside the Italians and try to roll over them with speed. And to be fair, for the Italians, like, it's tricky to defend that. Of course, you have to, like, lift your, just trying to go as far up and not let the Polish come as close as they did. Oh, okay, Italians are jibing now. I thought, yeah, they would both go to the same mark, but Italians decided to take the other one, which makes sense, so they can have a split here in both their own air.
Yeah, and they're sort of forced to choose the other one. I wonder what the Italians might have chosen. It looks to me like the Polish are sailing towards a good line of breeze about 1 minute away from them. So I'm not sure what the Italians are seeing on their side. It may well be that it's fine over there as well, but I think that the Polish decision to go out to the left-hand mark is looking pretty good. We see Poland just tacking there. So it looks to me, Stevie, like Poland are quite happy with that mark rounding and where they are on the course right now.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's an interesting choice, though, wasn't it? Because the right-hand side of the course, you know, really was the one that favoured on that. So I was a little bit gobsmacked to see them turn right at that bottom gate. And certainly if I'd been coaching my kite girls, as I get to work with in the kite racing circuit, I'd have been a bit disappointed if they hadn't gone back towards the side of the course that had paid. So whilst they had the lead, I'm a touch surprised at that decision. But yeah, they've got that little bit more information of seeing the breeze on the water, and we'll see how that decision pays out. But the fact the Brazilians followed the Italian girls out to the right let me think that a lot of the fleet are liking the right-hand side of the course.
I was going to say the other factor is which is the closest to these two leeward marks. I don't know if that's a factor. They do look pretty even, actually, don't they?
I think they look pretty even to the eye, Ricey, yeah. But look at that top right of screen. That breeze is coming back out the right-hand side of the course. I think you've got to say that. So, you know, it's a bit bendy knees for the Polish girls initially, and they're going to start to get back into breeze. But I'd imagine we'll see when we come back to it. The Italians not looking bad as we see back in the pack. It's tight again at the bottom mark. Not too many boat handling issues this time, as there's a little bit slower action in that. But it's really, really tight there as we see the Germans coming round in the pack, Malta, and I don't think we've had any sign of the Dutch just yet. So they're still way out the back, and really they're holding their heads to see what the Swedish can do in terms of that world title fight.
What you said about the Polish, I think you might be right, Stevie. You look in the far distance and the Polish look like they're falling down a little bit to the line of the Italians that went out the far side. So, Stevie, I might have to give that one to you.
Well, they say, Ricey, that a broken clock's right twice a day. So that could be my only moment of the race there, getting that right, although probably it will mean I end up thinking I'm the bee's knees with my decision-making. But no, it's a tricky race course. I think I'm just going on the history of it. You've got to think, you know, what paid on that beat before. And I think the wind's tending to want to come through between the two volcanoes today, which makes that right-hand side be quite appealing at the moment. But there's opportunity out there aplenty, that's for sure, as we're now behind the British girls. They're stuck in behind the Dutch, and that's a tricky moment for the Brits. They were hoping for a big race win here to give them a chance in the medal race, and it's going to take a little bit of magic for them and a little bit of magic for the Dutch, as again they're splitting away on board the Dutch boat. And I think for a deal she can happily roll the dice, because she just, you know, this is a discard at the moment. You may as well throw your lot in and see what you can drum up.
You can see some of the teams are occasionally both, like almost both, inside the boat on the wing, and that's when the boat goes probably the slowest upwind. Now when you can see the Dutch stretch their legs, that's what you want. Like, you just instantly get a couple of knots more speed, and yeah, it's on this race course you're gonna see some of the teams are just inside the boat, and you're like, that's so slow. So they just really need to find the wind as quick as possible. Yeah,
these lightweight skiffs, they just a couple of knots of wind change, of increase of wind can be 3 or 4 knots of extra boat speed. It's amazing how quickly they pick up and get going. But if you're not in that breeze, you're just left stranded. Stevie, there's a lot of wetted surface area on these hulls, as we call it. They're sticky boats if they're not planing upwind.
They're really quite sticky boats, but you just get the crew. It's a hard day for the crews today, because they're quite up in that forward triangle in front of the two wings, working fairly hard, squatting in and out of there. And as you can see here, look at the Maltese boat. They've just got a little high and slow, stop the boat. And compared to the Dutch, who have built their apparent wind, built the boat speed, they're able to keep rumbling. and get moving forward fairly quickly. But yeah, you're desperately trying to get that V at the front of the boat in the water in these conditions. Weight well forward off the front of the wing, and if you get a lull, the crew's going to need to move right forward into that triangle at the front. So hard day of squatting for the crews for sure on a day like today. But if you can get it locked in and get it sailing smoothly, build your apparent wind, then you get the boat rumbling pretty quick. And the Dutch are certainly going fast at the moment. But can they find some more breeze? Because they're going to need to find a different wind to the leaders up in the top right-hand side of the course if they're going to hope to get back in the race.
It does look like there's more wind coming down now on the left side of the course, so more like middle. If you see, there's all the way far to the right side of the screen and of the course. You can barely see them. Here we have a nice shot of them. They're stuck there all on the way on the right side. How could we know? How could we see this happening? Like, it's just when it happens, you're there. You're like, you just see your competitors, especially the Dutch, coming all the way from the left side behind the fleet. Like, whew, I think this is going to be really interesting to see who makes it up to the top mark first, because, I mean, there's a huge lead here, as in the Italians are all the way stuck there to the right. So unless they get more wind soon, they're not going to make it there on time.
So are the Dutch lucky or are they good?
Good.
So
a bit lucky as well.
This is the game, isn't it? This is the game. You're riding your good luck and you're trying to minimise the bad luck. And I was amazed, Stevie, when you said earlier that sailing is a simple sport. I really can't agree with you on that. But I'd love to find a way of thinking this was simple.
I think sailing's a sport that's very easily overcomplicated. I guess that's what I was getting at. There's clearly a lot of complexity in it, and the key thing is trying to establish what's the lowest hanging fruit on any given day. I think, you know, the Italians here, they've got themselves out to the right. There's going to be plenty of breeze come back off that right-hand side by the look of it here. So I think it's probably good news for them. I think the bigger story, it looked to me like the Swedes had dug a bit further into the right, and they could be back up to second now. So that's really starting to put the pressure on Adil and Annette. They do need to make something happen. I'm not sure it looks great for the Dutch to me. I think the beauty of camera angles is they can foreshorten things and make things look, put your heart in the mouth for a moment if you're on another team or a fan of another team out there. But right now it looks pretty good for Italy, for the Swedes, for Brazil. The other team to look out for on the race course, of course, the Australian girls. I'm not sure if their tracker's working great at the moment, but they'll be looking for a good result, really. Laura and Anna, the Australian team there, they need to catch Germani and Bertuzzi to hope to get onto the podium. So good result for the Italians, good result for the Brazilians, keeping that race interesting. But perhaps most importantly, it's the Swedish girls up to second at the moment, and that will mean that they've got a shot, albeit a slim one, of catching Anila and Van Aanhout and Annette Dutz in the final.
Yeah, for us neutrals, it is certainly an exciting scenario. I did wonder if the Dutch were going to see out the championship before the medal race, but it increasingly looks like, especially as we see the tall Swedes fully stretched on the trapeze on the right-hand side of the racecourse, that if they can hold on to second place at the moment, but even a top four, if they can stay in this group of four and get somewhere across the line in the top bunch, then it does keep some possibility that they could still get this world title away from the Dutch. Remember, the Swedes are the reigning world champions from last year, from winning that Windy Worlds in The Hague, but the Dutch, Adil van Aanholt and Annette Dutz, winners of the previous two together in 21, actually only in 2022, because Adil was sailing with a different crew in 2021. But I should just say, Annette Dutz has already won 3 world titles with two different helms. So if she wins today with Adil, it will be her 4th, and I think that will make her the most successful FX sailor in terms of world titles won. But of course, Martine Grael and Kaina Kunz coming up here in 3rd place with those 2 Olympic titles in the FX. Yeah, it's still hard to argue that perhaps the Brazilians are so far the all-time greats in the FX.
The Italians are doing a great job of holding on to the lead. They're really good with these light winds. We can notice they got second at the Europeans last year and Youth World Champions from 21. But otherwise, they don't have any top results. So I'm really in big events like these. So really hoping to see them hold on to that 3rd place.
And they're a class act. Yeah, if they haven't done well in previous major events. I'm surprised because I always think the Italians are very capable of that. And so, not that surprising to see them do well here and leading this race and putting themselves in a great position to stay on the podium. They started the day in 3rd overall. Here they are with the Black Jenica and their closest competitors, Australia, some way back, somewhere just outside of the top 10. Only just getting across those boats coming upwind. There's the big blind spot with the Jenica on any kind of asymmetric boat, and I'm sure the Italians were aware of it, but they only just got ahead of those boats coming upwind further back in the fleet.
Leading the race is going to be nerve-wracking for the Italians, for sure. I could imagine their feeling of being like, okay, don't fuck it up, basically.
Definitely don't do that. Stevie, not long to the finish now, and the Italians are looking better and better with the boom. Is the boom on the centre line sufficiently for you as they go through the jibe?
Different day, different technique, Ricey. You've got to be a lot more dynamic with the sails, I think, here with that trim on things. But they look pretty nicely set up, yeah, and they've actually led the jibe this time. So I think that's a good move with the breeze coming back down the course. They'd clearly waited. There we are. There's the Dutch. They're right back in the pack. So they've maybe made some gains on board the Dutch boat, but not enough to close out a world title at this point. Tight moment here. They've got to go behind the Chinese, just ahead of the Belgians. They'll be slightly scrappy on that execution, but they've worked well up through the fleet, the Dutch girls. But unfortunately, I think it might be a little too late for them to hope to close out a world title now. Of course, let's not forget they're still going to go into this medal race in a very, very strong position after a fantastic week so far. Slightly punchy ley line there. There could be a couple more tacks for the Dutch girls to go. Cool, blimey, it's a bit of a tight moment there for the Chinese as well, slipping in inside. So it's really tight at the top of the course here. A lot of action, a lot of drama. Will the Dutch get round with no more tacks? It's not going to be easy. The Chinese are able to luff them head to wind, but they're not allowed to take it past head to wind rules-wise here. So tricky for the Chinese. The Dutch look like they've somehow managed to wiggle their way round. Impressive work if they can keep clear. Nice job. And the Chinese, they're just going to get round by the look of it, but it's going to be tight. It could be a penalty coming for China here. They've lost the flow over the boat. As we come back now with the Italian crew, they've got some good breeze here. Good sign for them. They led the jibe, so it meant they were bow forward on the boats behind them, which was probably the mistake they made on the first downwind, letting the Polish jibe with them. And I think they'll be feeling quite well set up at the moment on that Italian boat.
Jana Germani, Georgia Bertuzzi doing everything they can to cement their position in 3rd place. We'll bring you some analysis to see if there's any possibility of them being able to get up any higher than that. But the Swedes in 2nd place overall at the moment, also having a good race. So the Italians might take a couple of points away from the Swedes if things stand as they cross the finish line very shortly. But I think realistically, it's just going to cement the Italians' position in 3rd place, and it makes them looking increasingly likely to take the bronze medal at these World Championships. Just back from them, you see Brazil, and just to windward of Brazil, it's Sweden. And somewhere in the mix is still the Polish boat that was doing very well, leading the race earlier on. That's Gabriela Szapska and Hanna Reicher having a really good race. They started the day in 19th, so I don't think they've done enough to get into the medal race. But great sailing by Poland, but really good sailing by the Italians as they're about to come across the finish of the final Gold Fleet race of this championship. Jana Germani and Georgia Bertuzzi booking their spot in the medal race this afternoon. A quick high five, and they can go ashore for an hour or so in the knowledge that that bronze medal is looking pretty secure for them as Brazil come across the finish line, followed by the Swedes. So a really good race by the Swedes, which as things stand with the Dutch way back in the pack, now gives them a fighting chance of being able to attack for the gold and possibly defend that world title that they took a year ago in The Hague. Poland across the line, and then it's going to be another Polish boat, but look at the gap, 250 meters back to the next boat, and I wonder if we have any sense of how the Dutch boat is doing now. Has anyone seen them on the tracker? 15th, we're hearing on the tracker. So good climb from where they were. As Stevie said earlier, their discard was a 13th, I think he said. So if they can improve on 13th, then all this hard work fighting back through the fleet is going to be worthwhile.
They struggled to get off the starting line, and ever since, it's been tricky for them to find any extra air to climb up from the back. That shows you just how hard it is to get from there. Okay, sometimes.
Yes, absolutely. The start on a day like today is so critical. That was Alexandra Melzaka and Sandra Jankowiak from Poland. They started the day in 9th. That crossing the finish line in 5th place should be enough to keep them in. And the Lewin-Lafrance sisters crossing in, I think that was 6th. That should also be enough to keep them in 10th because Steph Roble and Maggie Shea from USA, Jo Ali and Molly Meach from New Zealand, they were knocking on the door of being able to get into the medal race. But as things stand, it looks like that's not going to happen. I'm not sure that America and New Zealand has done enough to be able to break into the medal race based on what we're seeing here. Let's keep it. Is that the Dutch on the left? I think that's the Dutch on the left, a picture with the black Jenica.
Yeah, it was just the US girls coming in now to the starting line, to the finish line. They tried to squeeze in and go ahead of the Canadians earlier on the race, but they just couldn't make it there. That was their goal for today, to try to squeeze into the top 10 boats. But I think that wasn't enough for them to get in there.
And the Dutch, they're probably not too far away from crossing now. Here comes Germany 55. I'm not sure if that was on the far side. That's the Kiwis. New Zealand 75 on the far side. And GBR 5 looks like they've got just back ahead of Netherlands too. So 1 or 2 lost by the Netherlands. We'll just update you on in a moment where they've crossed, if anyone has seen that on the tracker.
Well, what I can tell you, Andy, on that one is that I'm not entirely sure. I think they finished 15th, but they're going to now have a 15-point lead going into the medal race ahead of the Swedish girls. The Swedish girls are 18 points ahead of the Italians. So technically, were the Swedish to come last and the Italians to win, then by the virtue of the fact that tie breaks are settled on the last race, that the Italians couldn't mathematically still beat the Swedish. They can't beat the Netherlands crew, and the Netherlands need to finish in the top 6. That would top 7 actually would guarantee the Netherlands a victory at this World Championship. So that's their target, and they need a few boats. The Swedish are going to have to pull something of a rabbit out of the hat to hope to get past the Dutch from this one, but it is all still possible. So very tight. And then for Grail and Kunz, well, they're 8 points away from that podium, 8 points behind the Italian girls of Germani and Bertuzzi. So perhaps an aggressive race coming up here from Grail and Kunz to try and get that bronze medal. But right now, a disappointing race for the Dutch. The coach will be coming alongside, but what he will be able to bring with him is still a fair portion of good news, that we've got a big lead. We're in good shape. You're sailing well in general. Let's have a reset and get ready for the medal race. And just need to be in the top 7 to make sure of the gold medal.
So here's that critical start, and Noora, as you said, it wasn't a great start by Netherlands too. You can see that they're sort of second row out of the middle of the line, so a bit of a conservative start for them. And here's just another angle. You can see what a great start the Brazilians got right by the committee boat, and also a nice clean start for Sweden just along from them. And we see it from the other side. Brazil really nicely poked out. Germany 772 at the far end of the line. And then Sweden gets into clear air going out to the right-hand side. Netherlands, you can just see in the distance, they've tacked onto port, but they're fighting for clear air all the way. So Netherlands really struggling to get on even terms with the other boats around them. Italy comes round in the lead. Poland 525 round in second, but we later see that the Polish managed to get on the attack and overtake the Italians further down the racetrack. Most people going for the jibe set. There had been a big right-hand shift. And here's that attacking moment by Poland 525, managing to roll over the top. But as Stevie Morrison pointed out, the Italians jibed away to what possibly was going to be the favourable mark anyway, seeing as the right-hand side of the racecourse had been the stronger side to go generally. And then they looked a little bit parked for a while on the right. We were concerned that maybe they were going to get left high and dry on the right-hand side, but the right came good again. And it was Italy overtook Poland, got back into the lead, went for the jibe set, and they had good breeze all the way down this final run, and no one really threatened Germani and Bertuzzi from there. So well-deserved race win in the final FX Gold Fleet race. There's the Dutch. Way back in the pack. This is unfamiliar territory for them, but it's all good practice, reminding themselves that sometimes you've got to fight your way through. Back to the Italians, the high five, winning the race, and looking very solid for third with only a mathematical chance of being able to take the fight to the Swedes for silver.
Looking at this previous race, we didn't have any crazy shake-ups or things other than in the top 10, I would say, other than the points got closer to each other. But we were looking at the Canadians were 10th going into this race, and behind them they had some really top sailors behind, like the US girls and the Kiwi team pushing. But I don't think we will see the results shortly, but I don't think they managed to squeeze in the top 10. So I'm really excited to see who's going to be the final top 10 to go into the next race.
Okay, great. Well, we will find out shortly. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back to you soon to get into the final Gold Fleet race for the 49er men.
Through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my time. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright, alright, 'cause I'm free, freer than I've ever been before. Yeah, baby, I'm freer than I've ever been before. Alright, 'cause I'm free. Yeah.
So welcome back to Lanzarote. We're at Marina Rubicon in the south of the island. We're in the middle of the Atlantic in the Canary Islands. My name's Andy Rice, and with me on the commentary team, Finland's Noora Ruskola, currently doing a kitefoil campaign for Paris 2024, but a former 49er FX campaigner, went to Rio 2016, and double Olympian Stevie Morrison and 2007 world champion in the 49er. So we're getting into your wheelhouse now, Stevie, with the 49er men. But let's just review the standings. You did a great job of doing some maths on the back of a handkerchief just now, Stevie. Let's see how it's looking. So Germani and Batutsi, they're in third place after winning that Gold Fleet race just now. So, as you said, Grail and Kunz are 8 points behind, so we could see the Brazilians go on the attack. Not much to lose. And also Harding and Wilmot from Australia. Yes, they've slipped down a little bit, but still well within being able to fight for the bronze medal. Very, very theoretical, mathematical chance of the Italians being able to attack for Sweden. So I think we'll see the Italians more in defensive mode. And it is pretty hard. As you said, Stevie, as long as the Dutch finish in the top 7, that's going to be enough to secure the world title. So that seems like a pretty likely scenario, doesn't it, Stevie?
I think from the way they've been sailing, I mean, that wasn't their best race, but they had a disappointing start. They looked like they were going fast. I think the breeze is slightly building. I think I got the impression the breeze was filling in across the race course slowly, albeit it's going to be lighter out there today. But the Dutch, sailed a fantastic week, and the advantage of being consistent all week is you can afford a slip up here and there. And I think they're very well set. I'd be surprised if they were anywhere too far away from the Swedish. I was surprised they weren't a bit closer to the Swedish and making it hard for them in the start of that race, to be honest with you. But they are training partners, so maybe they didn't want to go upsetting each other too much with the build up to the Olympics to come.
Meanwhile, we're going to start looking at the 49er men. They're going to be coming up to their 25-boat final Gold Fleet race, and there are our current leaders. Had an absolutely amazing championship. Erwan, Fischer and Clement, Piquin. It's really theirs to lose. Noora, what stands out to you about these guys, quite apart from the fact that Piquin is a man mountain, isn't he? He's a big guy.
Yeah, I was interviewing him earlier, and I really struggled. I'm not the tallest girl either, so I think we're the polar opposites.
I don't know what height he is, but I'm guessing not far off. I don't know, probably 190, something like that, 1.9.
I really want that leverage on the 49er going. Upwind and downwind. I could just the boat goes so fast.
Yeah, it must be great. But Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken, 3-time world champions, won in 2021, 22 and 23. But it's going to be very, very hard for them to attack the French today. It really does look like Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin could become the first ever 49er world champions from France. The best that they've done before was another French team got a silver medal in Aarhus 2018 Worlds, and then I think it was Marseille 2013. The French got a bronze on home waters, but to get this gold medal today, well, that would be an amazing piece of history for the French to make today, and to do an Olympic year as well. It would really put the French in the sweet spot for looking like serious medalists, which, Stevie, I haven't really thought as the French as serious contenders in recent times in the 49er, other than the fact that another team, Lucas Ruel and Emil Lamaros, won a light win Europeans 3 or 4 months ago in Portugal, and now we've got this other team absolutely dominating these worlds. So the French starting to look world class.
They seem to be. I think they have a good squad system. They seem to be working very well on it. And I think let's look at those results, see what those results actually mean, Andy. A 30-point lead at this point. The Dutch can score a minimum of 1 point in this race. a minimum of 3 points the Dutch could get today if they can win this race and the medal race. So by my maths, and I only got a B at GCSE, which is the British mathematical exam. So for anyone listening out there, it means I'm very much average at maths. So let's not maybe put full faith in this. But if the French finish in the top 11 in this first race today, then regardless of what the Dutch do, the French will win the world title. So given how they've sailed all week with their worst result, they did have an 18th in one race, but every other result has been in the top 11. Then it's pretty out of the Dutch control. It's very much on the French team to control it. What hope would the Dutch and the other teams have? Well, the hope is it's a bit lighter out there today, and as you say, Clement is a big boy. And if you've got a big lad like that in the front of the boat, it's can the man mountain turn into a male ballerina, which is what's going to be required at the front of the boat today. I think generally speaking, the French are often pretty good in these tippy toe conditions. They've got that, not only the smooth talking, but the smooth footwork as well of the French. So yeah, Clement's going to need to change his style a bit today, use a bit of subtlety, but what a powerful position to be in. And then as I say, it's perhaps most interestingly, it's that battle for third and fourth. Diego Botin, of course, he's been there, done that all before. But the youngsters, James Grommet, Ross Hawes from Great Britain, just 0.2 of a point back and got every chance of really putting the pressure on that Spanish crew. So could be a really tasty battle for bronze. And the Dutch, well, they've just got to go out firing. They've got to go win 2 races and hope for a miracle that the French drop back down the fleet a long way.
6 minutes to go. No real pattern to the lineup yet. We saw that early lineup by the 49erFX girls wanting to book their spot on the line. And as I was saying earlier, I've seen a Miami Olympic classes regatta in light winds where the teams were lining up in light winds with 8 minutes to go. So that's before they're even in, before the first gun has been fired or the first flag has been flown. So sometimes you've got to book your spot really early.
Well, you have got to get in there earlier. And interestingly, probably the person you saw queued up at 9 minutes was a man called Emmanuel Dien, who's actually the French coach out here on the water. So don't be at all surprised to see the French team in there early. Manu Dien was, Ben and I always rated him as him and Stefan Christidis, who was his crew. We always rated them as the best starters in the fleet. Ben and I, that was never a strength. Fortunately, we did have a few other ones, but they were brilliant. So yeah, the French will be not afraid to be in there early, and it's a big physical workout. Here we go. There's the horn coming on the boat. We're going to get into that. 5-minute warning signal goes there. That's some impressive work by the director to get us on board just for the gun there. David Campbell-James just stepping up at the front. He's the principal race officer. What a job he's done timing-wise for us out here on the water, so that people have got to watch a lot more racing and listen to a lot less of us, which is probably good news for everyone, Ricey.
Well, that's why we've also got Noora here. So, Noora, we're not seeing much of a pattern of lining up yet, but based on what we saw in the previous race, where would you want to be positioning yourself on this line?
Yeah, that's a tricky question. I think I would just want to get off the line, but normally on winds like this, either ends, definitely not in the middle of the line, probably on the in the committee side, like the Brazilians did in the previous race. But it's just, you can see it's different in the 49er fleet. The guys are how the pre-start maneuvering, what they do. They don't line up as early, and I remember from the days when I was sailing, at least the guys are more dynamic on the race course, and just in the pre-start, they do more double tacks and they're more aggressive as well. So you will see that difference. Also, you can see now plenty of, for example, the Swiss, they're just checking the transit, trying to figure out, just making sure they're not going to be over the line. Because looking this way, I think you can just see Fuerteventura or barely any kind of transit on towards us.
So just to explain the transit, what the Swiss were doing was they were sighting along the line, looking at the orange flag near to them at this end of the line, looking towards the orange flag at the other end of the line, and then looking at what piece of land in the distance lines up with that, because it's really difficult to tell where the start line is just by sort of guessing where you're fitting between two posts. So the transit gives you a lot more accuracy on that. So there are our top 25, an amazing mix of nationalities there. We got the Uruguayans, Pierre and Diz, one of the more exotic countries. We've, of course, got the Australians, like the laser Olympic champion 2016, Tom Burton, sailing with Max Paul. But the people that are in the box seat, the ones we've been talking about the most, France 16, the French, they are absolutely dominating this regatta so far. Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin with a string of top 3 scores. And we've seen them do that in a range of conditions, but possibly not as light as we're seeing today. 2 minutes 30 to go. Stevie, it looks pretty uniform across that view there, would you say? Not much sign of any gusts in particular?
No, I don't think so at the moment. I mean, interestingly, I've been texting a few people down on the water, and I think there's a little bit less wind at the bottom of the course, a little bit more wind at the top of the course. On average, it's a right shift relative to the bottom of the course when you get to the top. So a lot of signs are saying that if I had to make a bet on any way, I'd want to be getting up to the right. That's what we saw play out on the FX race, that overall getting towards the right was good. But as we saw, there was plenty of banana skins, plenty of big gusts of wind to be found as well out there. So it's not a one-way track by any means, but it's no surprise to see a lot of the fleet wanting to be up towards this boat end of the line. If you can get a good start off here, control when you tack, that's going to put you in a very powerful position. And the British boat, the Italian boat here, above this starboard end ley line, what a fantastic shot that is. That's James Peters just in behind there. He's got no gap to get in there at the moment. France 95 doing a brilliant job there. One of Manu Dien's French superstarters, no doubt. And the Polish crew's working really hard in lots of double tacks, a lot of space between those two Polish boats, but no one really diving in there. Can James Peters get a gap? I don't know if he will, but yeah, no surprise to see boats at this top end of the line, and anticipate a lot of them perhaps trying to tack early with just 1 minute to go.
Really stressful moments, and we saw James Peters really fighting hard with the tiller to try and maintain his spot. The Polish doing another double tack. The Polish actually getting themselves into a Polish knot there between Poland 10 and Poland 7. Looks like GBR 30 might just about be eking out the gap at the committee boat. It could be that Peters and Sterrett's patience is paying off, and they might have booked their spot with France 95 slipping down 1 spot. So if Peters and Sterrett GBR 30 can hold that position, that's the place you want. That's what Brazil managed to achieve in the 49er FX start. We got 15 seconds to go, and there's still quite a lot of line sag in the middle, so there are opportunities with 10 seconds to go, just beginning to accelerate. And here they go. We can hear some of the audio from the water. 3, 2, 1. And it seems like that was a clear start, and a very good start by Peters and Sterrett on the far side. And Australia 25 also nicely poked out. Denmark 66 early on to port. Looks like a good start for Denmark 66. But we will start trying to identify where some of the key players are. France 16 a little bit buried in there. Not the best of starts for France 16, but a fantastic start for Denmark 66, who have had a pretty torrid week. They start the day in 24th. Frederik Rask and Jakob Prekk Jensen, Danish with a really strong history in the 49er, but it's really not come together for them, and the coach will be really pushing them to try and at least get a race win and get some consolation from these World Championships. So good start for Denmark. Noora, how's it looking for the rest? Uruguay looking very good in the middle, for example.
Yeah, I was happy to see that there were so many port starters in this start. Either you basically choose to be all the way to the right and get that best start next to the committee boat, or then you do the port start, as many of almost half of the fleet is now going towards the right. So it's like we're seeing a good split. I also think wind-wise, it looks like it's a bit more even compared to the previous start with the 49er FX. So it's exciting to see, will it split? Will there be more possibilities from the left side? Because in the previous race it was more maybe right-ish, especially going upwind.
Well, Stevie, you still think on average it's probably going to be a right-hand track. Here we are with the replay of the start, and really good. I just love that start. I'm going to call it the Stevie Morrison start again. Denmark 66 is relatively low risk, and it puts them straight out towards the right-hand side. Who would you rather be, Stevie, GBR 30 or Denmark 66? Because they both had pretty good starts.
I mean, Denmark Denmark 66 absolutely nailed it. I'm not sure I'd have been quite as brave as him. I think I'd have been roughly where the Irish were, to be perfectly honest, because his timing had to be absolutely impeccable on the B of the bang there. See the Dutch trying to dive out at the top of the line. They really went high risk, hoping to cross a lot of the fleet. But yeah, I think you know a bit of a sitting duck when you're starting like James, but it's definitely a percentage move, I'd say, on average. As we see now, look, a lot of the fleet on port tack heading across to that right-hand side. So it's going to be interesting how it plays out. Who's got a good lane to be able to get the hammer down, sail pretty quickly. And we can see here this one boat on the bottom right-hand corner looks quite well extended, but they've got a lot of gauge away from the fleet there, a lot of distance between them and the next boat. So I think they'll be perhaps struggling to get back up from there. But yeah, this pack in the middle of our screen, bottom middle of our screen, they look well positioned and they're getting themselves out towards that right-hand side. But I think, yeah, perhaps it's been a little bit more of an even start in terms of the bias on the start line. The wind's settling down a little bit, so perhaps not such a huge right-hand feature, but we'll see when things play out further up the course.
That start by GBR 30 doesn't seem to have converted into anything particularly special there. It's sort of caught in the middle of the pack along with that Spanish boat, and I also see the Dutch struggling for air in the middle.
Yeah, I just think that didn't really feel a very positive decision by James there. I thought starting there, you would go bang, let's tack immediately, but perhaps a little bit spooked by those boats coming at him in full speed. He didn't feel if he tacked, he'd be able to hold a lane. But yeah, the trouble with starting there and in the pack is you're not going at VMG. But we can see with the Dutch boat coming back across very much back in the pack, it shows that it's definitely not just a right-hand track so far in this race. Irish there, they look in good shape at the moment. They had a good start off that committee boat end of the line and they look like they're going well. So there'll be a good indication for us wherever Ireland or Denmark 66 come back across at the top, whether it was a right-hand track or not. But certainly at this stage, it looks like the race is a little bit more open, as Noora suggested for us. And crucially, the Dutch are back in the pack. They're well back. Now they need a top 10 finish to hope to keep this championship alive.
You can really see when the gusts hit the boats, they come. Normally the gusts come with a little kind of shift, and then you'll see a couple of the boats, normally 3-4 of them, that just get the same gust, that tack together, and you can't really tell the rest of the fleet is still going towards the right. So you'll see these small local areas and things happening, and a bunch of people tacking. So there's opportunities to get that lane and get that gust and try to climb your way up, especially for the Dutch. I definitely see potential, but it's tricky because it's pretty congested. As you can see, there's not a lot of space, so they really have to sail well to get to the top.
Yeah, living in thin lanes, that's a key skill for championship winners. The France 16 have managed to eke out their own lane, pretty fat lane for them, sailing back across on port tack with one of the Germans just to windward and back from them. So that they're looking okay. They're looking like they're knocking around somewhere in the top 10 or so, maybe even better than that. But they look really extended on the far side. Is that Ireland on the far left?
Ireland is on the far left. I'm not sure if... Yeah, that's the one that we can see here on the screen. They pushed it all the way to the right. I don't know. They might even be on the ley line. So that's an early decision to take to get on the ley line.
Pretty sure that's where I said I'd start, wasn't it, Ricey?
Oh, so you did. Thanks for reminding us. Thanks for reminding us. So the stop clock has now been correct twice already today. That's probably it from you, Stevie. We can say goodbye to you now.
I'll pack up.
Yeah. But yes, they start the day in 25th, and no matter how well they do, even if they win this race, they're so far back, they're still not going to be able to climb out of 25th spot. So it's been a shocking week for Rob Dixon and Sean Wadilove, who would have expected an awful lot better. But what an amazing way to finish their championship. It will at least put a bit of a smile back on their face after a really tough week for Ireland if they could go on and win this race.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can get out of there quick enough. Looking at the 49erFX race just previously, that was the winning strategy, right? In the first upwind, going all the way to the right. So the Irish they're doing exactly the same. So it'll be interesting to see. But it looks different though. It looks like the left side is pushing. You see Uruguay, USA, New Zealand. They're pushing from the left side.
think we had a sort of building in breeze in that first race. It's definitely built across a bit more, so I think it's probably swinging a little bit out there. The interesting one was Lambriex and Werken, because they were heading out to the right and they chose to bail out across to the left, but maybe chose to bail out a little bit too early. My tracker has them currently in 21st, which would not be enough to stop the French taking away their world title. As things stand at the moment, Fischer and Piquin 7th. Of course, if they finish in the top 10, or well, top 12 by my maths, they will actually be world champions before going into the medal race. So something big needs to happen for the Dutch here right now. Yeah, definitely a lot shiftier out there. But the right-hand side seems not the worst place to be right now.
Great thing about these rigs, they're so powered up, and seeing the Irish leading in towards the top mark, still fully stretched in not an awful lot of wind, probably just 7 or 8 knots of wind, and already pretty much up to full power. So that's one of the lovely things about skiff racing, is you don't need a lot of wind to have a good boat race. Looks like the Irish might even be a little bit over ley line, and I still think they're going to be coming in the lead, but one of the French boats, I don't know if it's the French boat, has just tacked in way further down, just out of picture, along with that USA boat just going out of picture. I wonder if even the Americans just on the edge of our screen on the right-hand side might also be on ley line, which would mean the Swiss on the far end are really over ley. Stevie, just bring yourself back in again.
Yeah, I was just saying, I think it's a really good day for just putting a couple of boat lengths in the bank there. The Irish, it's clearly shifted right again as we see those boats to leeward of them, but they got themselves up in that new breeze. Probably going to anticipate a jibe set here from the Irish, although it's going to be, I'd imagine it's going to be messy with a lot of fleet coming back upwind, but big right shift, good pressure come down from the right. So I think the Irish would have put that little bit in the bank to try and get to the pressure first. They've sailed a bit of extra distance, but oh my word, it looks like the French TGV is up and running again. Piquin did bring his dancing shoes because the French are up to second.
Absolutely amazing. I mean, it looked like a really thin ley line where the French tacked, but they absolutely pulled a blinder. The French were quite far back at the halfway stage of this beat, and now they've got themselves back up into second place, just behind the Irish. And that port tack start by Denmark 66 puts them up into third place. So the port tack starters are in first and third. Bit of a messy jibe set by Denmark, but they're still in third, just ahead of the USA. But look at the French with the red Jenica. They look like they're on the verge of being able to roll over the top of the Irish in the lead. Could be even our series leaders, France 16, could move into the lead of this race. And it looks increasingly like Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin, as things stand, will win this world title with a race to spare, because the Dutch, the only team that can threaten them, are nowhere to be seen. And there is the battle for the lead. It looks like the red Jenica of the French has rolled over the top of the Irish.
And that's just, again, basics, Ricey. Basics. The Irish should have had a better jibe set. They came in on a wider ley line. They had the option to really shut the door. They went a little bit wide, rolled a bit lazy through their jibe set. Fischer nailed it, spun the boat inside, perfect execution on the hoist from Piquin. And if they do go on to win this, let's really enjoy this race for this French crew, because this is one of the standout World Championship performances here. To get someone like Chris Draper messaging me saying, what a performance, you know, he's a 2-time 49er world champion, bronze medalist. There's a lot of ex-49ers watching on at this performance with a huge level of admiration. And Fischer and Piquin, well, TGV or not, they are absolutely flying out there, and their reliability certainly seems as good as the famous French train system.
And it definitely helps. I mean, they looked so calm and just like had this secure and happiness today in the morning when I was interviewing them. And I could just see in their eyes, like, today's going to be a good day.
Calm confidence, wasn't it? So cool. Just looked so relaxed, and had the volcanic mountains in the background as you were being filmed interviewing them. And we did have that height difference, dare I say, between
thanks for reminding.
you and Clement Piquin, the Man Mountain. They're going to have very happy memories of racing here in Lanzarote. But as we say that, Stevie, the Irish are on a bit of a fight back here, or are they?
Yeah, the Irish have done a nice job there. The French have positioned, I think they wanted to get down across the Irish to be able to control that jibe. I was surprised they actually let the Irish get the roll on them. As we can see, the boats have now started to peel away. It was a good deal. Yeah, don't get me wrong, the Irish are sailing very well. It's a gusty open racetrack here. But yeah, I think once you've rolled across someone, you're happy to let them then get up on your hip so you control that jibe back out by the French. I was surprised they then couldn't re-accelerate. But here we go. Look at that. Looks like not a bad ley line at the moment for the French, which will mean for the Irish it's tricky from here. Not seen an awful lot of mistakes by the French out there today or for the last few days. So reading this course pretty well at the moment. And it looks to me like the Irish might be struggling slightly over lay, got themselves a bit pinned by the French.
We saw the boats, almost all of the boats for jibe setting just at the top mark to get that lane down. But we also had a couple that did do just a stray hoist. For example, the Swiss, they're coming in more from the left side. So I'm really just curious to see how they do this downwind. Soon we will see more. But definitely, I mean, they're not going to be able to catch up with the French or Irish in that matter.
Well, the breeze has really filled in nicely, hasn't it? It looks so much healthier out there than it did at the start of this race just 10 minutes ago. And that's going to potentially make it relatively straightforward for the French to defend this lead. Or have I just put the commentator's curse on this race? We will find out.
Probably, Ricey. I think you've stitched them right up, mate. But no, I think, we'd anticipate them setting themselves up for a left turn at the bottom. I don't know whether they'll... it looks like they're well lined up for a right turn, but if they can get across the Irish, I'd take the left. Yeah, there you go. I think they're comfy of being ahead. The Irish have got room here potentially, but I don't know if they're quite going to get inside. Fischer needs to be sure. No, he's got to open the door for the Irish there. Good work by the Irish diving in at the bottom, but the French... Choo-choo, here comes the TGV. It's going to go round the outside. They've kept a clear lane and they're heading out to that favoured right-hand side. So good work by both crews there, really. I think strategically the right's been strong, so that was the safer move by the French. But the Irish, fantastic boat handling there to dive on the inside. They had the rights. They executed it well as we see the rest of the fleet filing down here now and still way, way back in the pack. Lambriex and De Werken. Unfortunately, this could be bye-bye to their world title at the moment as the French are putting on a bit of a masterclass.
Aren't they just? But yes, I'm glad you gave a shout out to Ireland because I thought that was a fantastically executed jibe drop by Ireland to get back into the lead. But there is the situation now. The French went round the outside and they kept the speed on and they probably got a marginal advantage back from the Irish, but it's a pretty tight fight between the boat in first and the boat in 25th. We've got first and last in the Gold Fleet duking it out at the front of this final Gold Fleet race.
We can really see the bottom mark rounding. Some of them, yeah, as we saw, you can make it either a really tight one or a loose one with speed. Then we see the Dutch. Actually, they just said that's a tight rounding, no speed, and then tacking away. But there was just not a lane for them on the port, so they had to tack away and do something different, especially when they're all the way in the back or deep in the fleet. They just have to find those free airs from there, and there's not too many of them, so you have to do something different.
It's moments like that when you see why races in sailboat racing so often stretch further and further. The elastic just stretches more and more as you're sailing compromised. You're forced to make extra manoeuvres. You're not sailing your fastest VMG angle, whereas the boats up the front, particularly the French can sail the boat exactly how they like, whereas even the Irish in second place have to think about a little bit about staying out of the bad air of the French. And the breeze is picking up as they go that way, and the more that the French stretch their legs and use their height advantage, the faster they're going to go, surely, Stevie?
I think so, and also I think with this great camera shot here, that you can see there's good line of pressure up on the right, and the wind at the top of the course will want to come a little bit more from that right-hand shore there. So that's why I think we're seeing this right shift up the course. The French are just driving into it, and that's been a story of their regatta so far. They're sailing very confidently, aggressively. Red's jerseys there of Diego Botin, Florian Trittel. He's some way back in the pack, around 12th at the moment, 11th, 12th. Crucially for him, he is ahead of Grummet and Hawes. So that would give him a few points gained in that battle for the bronze medal, which of course is another big story going to be happening out on the water here today. Who can round off the podium? Because right now we're watching a bit of a champagne show from the French as they're heading into the right-hand side. The whole fleet's following them. And well, the whole fleet's been following them pretty much all week at the moment. masterclass.
Absolutely perfect. So many top three finishes, but to see them tack on that thin lane for the windward mark, just spotting the opportunity, seeing that the other boats like the Irish and the Swiss way further to windward, who'd sailed so much extra distance that they didn't need to. That's not necessarily bad decision by the Swiss and those teams. It's just you couldn't necessarily see that such a big right shift was coming. But the French anticipated it seems, and managed to get round the top mark in second place and then overtake the Irish down that run. And yeah, just the decision making is so clear and so impressive, considering that Erwan Fischer had to take a few months out of the boat and sit on the sidelines waiting for his back injury to clear up.
Yeah, and I think a really good moment there as well. They've good decision making again. They've led the tack out from that right hand side. They were the most exposed boat to the right. All right, a lot of the fleet's coming that way, but they chose, we'll take a tack. We'll let the Irish go across in front of us. Let's just shut the race down. All they need is a top 10 in this race. They'll want more. Of course they will. They're competitive sailors. They'll be enjoying it. But that was, again, a mature decision. Let's get out of this right hand corner where we're a little bit exposed, a little bit weak, put ourselves a bit more central, and as they get to this top third of the course, now any left shift, they're going to be able to flick back across and cross the Irish, no problem. If it comes right, well, maybe they'll be somewhere near ley line, but if it does go right, it's only the Irish really attacking them there. So a lot of fantastic, mature decision-making as well going place on that French boat. Not only are they sailing the boat well in the boat, technique-wise, they're making some good decisions, and often they go hand in hand. If you're comfortable in the boat, comfortable with your boat speed, it's a lot easier to make good decisions.
It's interesting how now we see the Dutch in the 49er and the FX teams both struggle today with this breeze. Maybe, I don't know, is it the nerves or what it is, but the Dutch are currently 22nd in this race. They're deep, and I can see from the tracker that they're all the way far to the left side, doing some kind of tacks, trying to find wind from there. It must be nerve-wracking from them seeing the fleet all the way to the right here in the front of them and just see them like many hundred meters away.
Yeah, we don't see that very often from Lambriex and Van der Werken. And I'm trying to work out if they've had a subpar week by their high standards, or is it just that the French have lifted things to another level? Are they setting a new benchmark? I don't really know what the answer is. Stevie, what do you think? Have the Dutch sailed badly or the French sailed spectacularly, or both?
No, I think the Dutch are still in second place in the world and a couple of races away from being right up there. I personally think the French have had a standout week. Sometimes just things click into form. They've clearly got everything going really well. And I alluded to it yesterday, you know, the Dutch, are they using their very, very best kit? They were obviously already selected. They're 3 times world champions. They're favourites for the gold medal. Probably going to go into that Olympic regatta as favourites, regardless of the result here. But for Fischer and Piquin, of course, this is a trials event. This is no doubt the optimum French performance here. This is their best equipment, and they're putting on a fantastic display with it. So yeah, are the Dutch using their best kit? That's a question mark. I imagine they've got pretty good kit, but no, they've sailed very, very well, that Dutch team. But the French have just it's been extraordinary. I mean, right now they're showing as being in first place. Looks to me like they can probably just about get up and cross that Irish boat and hold on to things. But yeah, just a really good display from the French, and hopefully the drone will be able to stay with them on the downwind, because any youngsters watching how to sail a skiff, they're getting a pretty good demonstration of it from this French crew at the moment.
Just to give you a sense of the depth of quality in this fleet, the 2 boats that are pushing the French the hardest in this final race of Gold Fleet are actually the 2 boats in last and second last position. So Denmark 66, giving the French a good run for their money. That's Frederik Rask and Jakob Precht Jensen in 24th overall. And from Ireland, Robert Dixon and Sean Wadilov planted at the bottom of Gold Fleet in 25th. Now, the Irish can't improve on that, but the Danish, if they get top 3 in this race, could well move up from 24th to maybe somewhere in the low teens. So nothing to get too excited about, but it goes to show that even the boats at the back of Gold Fleet are able to give our future world champions a run for their money.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the Danish. I heard that they have some kind of internal trials going on, so that's always one thing to know that they're dealing with. But they were actually in Allianz last year. I mean, at the World Championships, they got 11th.
So that's more what we expect of
Yeah.
the Danes. They are sort of knocking on the door of top 10 kind of material. Had a hard week this week, but at the moment looking good, coming third behind the Irish and second. But it's the French, the yellow bib wearers, that do hold the lead. They've taken the lead back from Ireland. And what kind of hoist will they go through? It's the jibe set that's been so popular this week. And it's a good hoist by the French. Bit of an hourglass for the Irish, not too bad from the Irish with the yellow kite, and then the Danes surely will also do the jibe set. So the top three with a bit of a gap back to the rest. And, well, this is what we want to see, Stevie. So often we see races in sailboat racing, the champion win from the middle of the pack, but that would sort of be quite neat for them to actually cross the finish line of this Gold Fleet race and be able to punch their fists in the air, crossing the finish line of this race, winners of the race, winners of the championship.
Yeah, I mean, what a performance. And I think the jibe set, potentially the last decision he's got to make other than a good lay line. But again, we saw some fantastic work on that upwind leg. The Irish aren't going away. There's a puff of breeze coming down behind them. So certainly a race win in this race is far from guaranteed from the French, although take a strong betting man to go against them from what we've seen so far. I'd expect the French to be looking at matching jibes with that yellow Irish spinnaker here as we get further out towards the lay line. The Dutch are back in the pack, but crucial race to follow. On my tracker, I see Grummet and Hawes in 10th, and I see Botin back down in 17th. I don't know what's actually happening on the water as we see a British spinnaker go round. I think that might well be Grummet. He's gone straight set, so punchy call by them. But was Grummet to be ahead of Botin? Could be a potential switch around in that race for the medals here, because the Dutch, they're also still struggling back in the pack. Yeah, well back, 21st on the tracker at the moment. So that would mean it would be all on for the battle for the silver medal here. But at the moment, these French, one more jibe to go. And hopefully the drone will stay with them, because this is a victory march by the French crew here. And the man mountain, the ballet dancer on the bow there, Piquin, has just really turned it on in this lighter conditions. The French are still looking good down here. And we should be moments away, I'd have thought, from what will be probably their last jibe of this race, if they can pick the lay line right. And it'll be interesting to see how well they execute it. They certainly don't look too under pressure at the moment. Fischer at the back of the boat, looking through the boom. He'll be trying to see that committee boat right now, trying to judge what wind's coming down behind him. Breeze looks quite steady behind, no big gusts. They've extended away a little bit here, and we can't be too far from that final jibe down towards the committee boat and what will be a medal. Here we go. Red spinnaker. They set up to jibe. Ireland go with them. So the red spinnaker of France is bow forward on the long jibe. Textbook stuff from this French crew. And here we go. World title incoming, Andy.
Erwan Fischer and Clement Piquin, will they become the first ever French world champions in the 49er? It's all but certain that it is. France in the past, they've got bronzes, they've got silvers, but this is the world title. They've waited more than a quarter of a century to see if they can win, and to do it in the year of Paris 2024. Well, there's no better time for this French duo to be coming on song. They've not even been selected to represent France yet. Well, surely nothing can stand in their way after this world title that's about to go their way. They're just moments away from crossing the finish line. Beautiful conditions, fully stretched. The mountains of Lanzarote in the background. They're going to live in the memory of Erwan Fischer and Clement Piquin for the rest of their lives. Possibly the best sailing day they've ever experienced. It could only be topped if they go on to win the gold medal in Marseille later on this summer. But of course, as I've just said, they haven't yet been selected for France. That's how good the French squad is.
Yeah, but surely this will play a huge role in the selection, and hopefully we'll see them
They've got
at the Olympics.
There's the other team that won the European title, and now these are about to win the Worlds.
That's right. And it'd be great if we can get Maverick, our drone pilot, to just put this drone on top of their faces as they're setting up on the last few hundred meters into the finish here. One last jibe. Look at the footwork there. Perfect footwork They look nicely, maybe a little early there. Baden's not quite popped. Oh, there we go. They look good on lay line. Here we go. As they come down towards the finish, just 50 metres now stands between this French crew and their first world title. Here we go. On board, Erwan Fischer. The arm goes up in celebration beforehand. Allez les Bleus! Allez les Bleus! World Champions!
Congratulations, Erwan Fischer, Clement, Piquin. They can barely believe it. The man mountain puts his hands on his head in disbelief, and the big hug of French joy. They have absolutely dominated the fleet this week, and to win the final Gold Fleet race, what a stylish way to see out this world title. The first ever time that the French have taken the World Championship in 25 years of trying.
Unbelievable. They're unstoppable, this event. It's incredible to see them doing so well. Let's see if we'll see them jump in the water and do something crazier. Or are they saving that for later?
They've got to keep their boat in one piece for the medal race. The medal race will be a procession down the Champs-Élysées this afternoon. It won't mean anything other than just crossing that finish line. So they've still got to do one more race, but there is the tricolour of celebration, and they've set themselves up for an exciting summer, because surely these now are the guys that are going to be representing France and going to the Olympic Games. You've both experienced that moment of finding out, Noora, and you, Stevie. What's it like to win a world title? I'm going to ask you that, Stevie, because you know what this feels like.
Yeah, I mean, it's an absolute highlight. I mean, it's the pinnacle of my sailing career. I never managed to close the deal at the Olympics, unfortunately, but it's an absolute pinnacle. It's a huge moment of elation. It's years and years of hard work. Let's not forget that trials and tribulations. Erwan was injured, bad back. Would he have been even doubtful if he could have made it a few months ago? And the effort that goes in behind the scenes, we see the finished product here. We see the good tacks, the good jibes, but that comes from hundreds and hundreds of bad tacks and bad jibes and making them better. So it's an absolute collection. To win it with a race win, I mean, that's some performance there. Of course, they need to go out and sail the medal race and keep, as you say, Andy, keep the boat afloat. But from what we've seen, they're more than capable of doing that. And just time to bask in it, to take it all in. And, truly one of the great performances, I believe, in 49er sailing, because this is a massive victory. And the Dutch crew they've beaten have been absolutely world class. There's the moment they know they've got it in the bag. And a huge moment, something they'll cherish for the rest of their lives without doubt, and something they should, and their families should be very, very proud of.
So well done to the French, and well done also to Dixon and Waddy Love, the Irish. Nice consolation for them to come second in that final race, and also Frederik Rask and Jakob Pret Jensen. So two underperforming teams from Ireland and Denmark seeing out the regatta in a pretty nice way. So a nice confidence booster for them. But look at James Gromit and Ros Hors. They finished in 9th. Doesn't seem that special, does it? But where did Lambriex and Van der Werken finish? Well, they were 19th across the finish line. Would you believe it? We have a fight for the silver medal this afternoon, and it's going to be pretty much a three-way battle, who beats who, between the Netherlands, Great Britain and Spain. There's just 4 points between them, and remember that it's double pointers in the 10-boat medal race, so it's Lambriex and Van der Werken. These are provisional scores. I'm not going to say these are definitive, but 94 points. Gromit and Hors from Great Britain, 96.2 points, and Botin and Trittel from Spain on 98. So that sets up for a mouth-watering battle for the silver medal this afternoon. So the French, like the rest of us, will be able to just enjoy that spectacle this afternoon, knowing that wherever they finish, the gold medal goes to Erwan Fischer and Clement Piquin.
Here we see the replay of the start. Actually, looking at the start now, you could see that the Danish and the Irish, this is where they basically put themselves on the top of the game, on top of this race. They both got a port start just behind the others, starboard starters, and just went all the way to the right. And just, yeah. Tough.
Really nice. And as you pointed out to us, Stevie, the Irish chose exactly the start that you would have done, and it put them into the lead. But of course, you would have done a much tighter jibe set than they did. You would have jibe set more like the French, who then managed to roll over the top and move into the lead.
I don't think I'd had any chance of keeping up with the French, the speed they're sailing this boat. But, the Irish put in a fantastic performance and they did not go away without a real fight. Brilliant leeward mark rounding. But again, they had to handbrake turn and the French had that little bit more speed around here. But again, it was another mature decision up the beat. The French chose to get out of the right-hand side early when they were a little bit weak. Went behind the Irish here. This is about half the way, maybe just around the halfway point of the beat. They split away, got back towards more near the centre of the course. So they gave themselves a couple of options later on, gave themselves 2 more tacks to do, admittedly, but strategically it was a safe bet and it just meant they could get themselves back in front of the Irish. Another excellently performed jibe set here. Look at the heel, look at the balance of the boat, the wing staying up in the air, barely clipping the water there, that wing on the right-hand side, spinnaker round. And I guess being a man mountain and being as tall as that, Piquin can pull a spinnaker up pretty quick because that thing seemed to come out of the chute like a rabbit out of a hat. That was absolutely up there. And it was just a real joy to watch how well they sailed the boat. The decision-making was very, very good the whole way round. And as I say, maybe when you're on board the TGV, those things seem a little bit easier to come up with.
And Noora, the other nice thing, as we watch them celebrate that world title victory across the finish line, they're just thoroughly decent human beings, aren't they, as well? They're just nice people.
Yeah, super nice people and like just friendly with everyone. You can really see it also in the boat park when we walk around there and people are friendly and saying hi to each other and asking how they're doing. Even though you're competitors, you're still, friendly and helpful on the land.
Yeah. Well, there they are with the tricolor flying off their windward shroud. They're so enjoying this moment.
Well, they should. This is such an incredible achievement from them. It will be so much. We will see what kind of attitude they take to the medal race after this, how it's going to be. You won the event, but you're still going to do one race for, respect and fun. And I guess they're just going to, enjoy.
I hope we still see them racing hard, but there is a feeling also, especially with this 3-way very tight fight that we're going to see for the silver and bronze medals this afternoon, that you don't want to affect the action. So just to explain, what we're going to be coming back with later on this afternoon is the medal race. It's only the top 10. Let's just see. Again, we're waiting for confirmation of who has made it into the top 10. We want to see who's just managed to squeak in and who's just been edged out. But the medal race is a short course race, going to be 2 laps like we've just seen, but probably on a smaller course. And it's a double pointer. So even though there's 4 points between the Netherlands, Great Britain and Spain, that 4 points in reality is only 2 places on the race course. So that is super exciting. And Lambriex and Van der Werken, they've won 3 world titles in the past. They can't do that this time. Best they can do is second. Botin and Trittel, they were second a couple of years ago in Halifax, Nova Scotia, finishing in second place behind the Dutch. But Grummet and Hawes, they've only been racing together for 3 months. Yes, they both sailed 49ers for many years, and I understand James Grummet even did a bit of crewing for a season or so. So he knows both ends of the boat really well. But these two young British sailors getting together seems to be a chemistry, a magic that seems to be working really well for them, and they have a serious shot at getting a silver medal. That's just unbelievable, Stevie.
Yeah, they've sailed a brilliant regatta. The interview Noora did with them this morning, they said we're just going to go out there and attack it, and it is that opportunity. I mean, they're never going to get a chance to do a first World Championship together. This is the last event they enter with no expectation on them. So they're going to go out there and enjoy it today. From now on, we're going to be expecting good results for them because they've shown us they can do it, and that's a different pressure. But they've sailed brilliantly. They love that. They've got 2 of the world's leading sailors in the Dutch and the Spanish crews ahead of them. You've got a Sail GP skipper and wing trimmer on the Spanish boat. You've got a 3-time 49er world champion crew in the Dutch crew ahead of you. So you're taking some serious global scalps from the sailing community if you can beat them. So what an opportunity, and they need to approach it like that. Let's make a bold decision at the start. They got a coach out there, Jack Hawkins. He's normally full of a brave decision or two. So he'll hopefully send them off, say attack the race. Let's go and make a positive decision, right or left off the start line, and really attack it and then see how things play out. Because, this is the last time they get to race with no expectation, so they better go and enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, it's talking about it's easy or some relaxing to be the underdog and just doing the best you can compared to, for example, the Dutch. I think they have a lot of expectations from themselves as two-time world champions. I think they were expecting way more, and I think they're pretty bummed about this event. And I think it surely happened already earlier. Probably that one start where they lost the sheet.
Yeah, where they dropped the main sheet off the start line of the first Gold Fleet race. Yeah, that you can't afford too many of those errors, and we don't see the Dutch make those errors very often. So let's take a look at the updated rankings. So there we have it, our confirmed new world champions, Fischer and Piquin. And then a look at the points gap. It's actually 5 points between the next three, between the Dutch, Great Britain, and France. So that is a mouth-watering prospect to see how the silver, the bronze, and fourth place gets divided out amongst them. Good showing for Sebastian Schneider and Arnaud de Plata. Okay, they were second last year in the Worlds, but fifth at the moment, not too shabby. They can't climb higher than fifth, and they're going to be defending from Morrison and McDermott, who are on equal points, and also those Polish not too far back. And just squeaking in 10th place, it's James Peters and Finn Sterrett, Great Britain's Olympic representatives for Paris 2024. That Olympic selection has taken place, and it must be a bit bittersweet for them to see that there's another British team ahead of them. Grummet and Hawes currently in third place, but Grummet and Hawes really working towards Los Angeles 2028. So there we have it. That's been a couple of exciting medal races that we've had. We're going to leave you with some highlights, but we do want you to keep your screen on because we're going to be coming back with the medal races later on this afternoon. So we'll keep you updated on 49er.org. For the time being, from Stevie, Morrison, Noora, Ruskola, and myself, Andy Rice, that's the end of part one, but part two is coming up very shortly later on this afternoon for the medal races here in Marina Rubicon, Lanzarote. We'll see you then.
It's day one of racing in Marina Rubicon in the south of Lanzarote, and today is the day when everyone still believes that they can win. No points on the board yet, but by the end of the first day, we'll have a sense of where the direction of this competition is going. So breeze on for day one and all week long, it looks like. Now we'll go over to the race committee to find out what the conditions are out on the race course.
Today we have north conditions in both areas. We have between 9 and 15 knots and a good swell. So yep, we're seeing good regattas today.
In the 49erFX, the Chinese team Zhao Yuhu and Meng Wenshan were the surprise package of the day as they topped the leaderboard with scores of 3rd and 1st from the light and shifty Papagayo course. Meanwhile, on the windier and wavier Pechiguera course, it was the Dutch team, Adil van Aanholt and Annette Doets, who fought their way to 1st and 3rd place finishes to lie in 2nd overall. With multiple capsizes on the Pechiguera course, the Dutch were just relieved to have survived the day without incident. The Dutchmen also did well in their afternoon outing, the reigning world champions Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken sitting in 2nd overall, and the Dutch are sandwiched between two teams from the USA. Andrew Morrison and Ian McDermott might have missed out on Olympic selection for Paris 2024, but they lead the World Championships after 3 races, while the Olympic qualifiers Ian Barrows and Hans Henken hold 3rd place on a really tight leaderboard.
Hard to do much better than we did today, but it's a long week, and all the sailors know that the first day is the day feeling great, and we didn't lose the regatta on the first day, so we're happy with that.
So it's been a predictably unpredictable start to the regatta on day one, and with more offshore northerly breeze forecast for day 2, I think it's going to be another difficult day for the 49er and 49erFX sailors.
Specifically the 49er, I like it a lot, the boat speed and the tactics, and the whole fleet is super close, so it really comes down to all the small details, and that's a lot of fun.
Yeah, so as I was growing up, I always wanted to say 49er, so yeah, it was always my dream. The boat is fast, it's fun, it's more fun obviously in the big breeze and the waves, so yeah.
Good morning from Marina Rubicon in the south of Lanzarote. It's day 2 of the World Championships, and the men are going to go out racing first in the 49er, and then in the afternoon it will be the turn of the women in the 49erFX. So what's the weather got in store? Let's go to the race committee to find out.
It's really tricky today. We have wind fighting between 90 and 60s. So yeah, it's been tricky for the race committee, but let's see.
First up were the 49er men, who set out from Marina Rubicon for 3 back-to-back races in yellow and blue qualifying groups. It was a stellar day for the French teams. In yellow group, Julien Dottoli and Noé Delpech enjoyed an almost perfect day, with scores of 2-1-1 to move up to 5th overall in the standings. Meanwhile, in blue group,
Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin put in a strong performance with 3-1-3 to move to the top of the leaderboard. The French share equal points with reigning world champions Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken, who hold second place with an 8-point gap on the Polish team in third.
Yeah, we feel very good. It was not an easy day. We managed to lead 3 good races, but it was a little bit tricky, but we got some good breeze. And yeah, we managed to do some good race, so we are very happy.
After 2 more races in the 49er FX, Adil van Aanholt and Annette Doets have now taken top spot on the leaderboard away from China's Zhao Yuhu and Mengwan Shan, who are now in second. Defending world champions from Sweden, Bobak and Netzler, move up to third and are growing in confidence. Unfortunately, the wind turned inside out during the afternoon and the FX fleet was sent ashore after just 2 races.
We're super proud with how we've sailed so far, and it's mostly the processes which feel really good. We're getting off the start super quick, our pace is good, and yeah, we feel like what we are seeing on the water is also what's happening in reality. So we're just happy to sail and looking forward to 4 more beautiful days.
So after 4 races in the FX, 6 races in the 49er, here are the overall rankings. So tomorrow, day 3, is the final day of qualifying. It's the last opportunity for anyone who is looking to break into Gold Fleet. It's day 3 of the Worlds here in Marina Rubicon in the south of Lanzarote, and it's an absolutely critical day, being the final day of qualifying, when the sailors work hard to try and break into the top 25 for Gold Fleet, or if they don't manage that, relegated to silver. So with 3 races on the cards for the men, 4 for the women in the FX, let's go to the race committee for the weather forecast.
Thanks, Andy. We are here in Papagayo area. We have now wind breathing from 8 to 14 knots and shifted from 300 to 330, more or less.
It was a long day on the water in big swell and tricky northerly breezes rolling off the lunar mountainscape of Lanzarote. At the end of 4 FX races for the women, reigning world champions from Sweden, Vilma Bobek and Rebecca Netzler, took some brave tactical decisions and have moved into the overall lead ahead of their Dutch rivals Adil van Aanholt and Annette Doets. Later in the afternoon, the men's 49er groups completed their final 3 qualifying races. As they arrived back ashore in Marina Rubicon, there was a huge range of emotions for men and women alike as they checked the scoreboard to see where they had finished up. 25th place or higher would mean elevation to Gold Fleet. Any lower and they would be relegated to silver, and in some cases, the end of their Olympic dreams. Rob Dixon and Sean Wadilove had squeaked into Gold Fleet in 25th place, although with a few protests to be heard, it was too soon for Irish celebrations.
Yeah, I think we're 25th at the moment, so in Gold Fleet they are, but as you know, a lot of uncontrollables like protests and stuff from other boats that might change that, but for now, yeah, I don't know, we can just see what happens.
Even tougher though for the other Irish team, Schaefer Guilfoyle and Johnny Durkin, who just missed the cut in a heartbreaking 27th place.
Yeah, I mean, I guess people put in a pretty long winter of training and work hard, and obviously today's the day that the cuts happen. So obviously people are going to be disappointed missing the cut like us, and I can definitely relate to it. Not at tears just yet, but yeah, it can be pretty tough, pretty brutal, but it's sport at the end of the day. So no, I don't think you question it. If you're questioning it after a day like this, I think you need to look at yourself a bit. You need to know your why, and you know, you're out here to try and get the best out of yourself, and I want to measure myself against the best in the world, and you know, today we weren't up to that standard, and I'm okay with that, and just need to improve and keep at it.
No reason for sadness in the French camp, however. Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin continue their charge at the top of the rankings, now 3 points in front of World Champions Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken. So at the end of a dramatic 3 days and the end of the qualifying phase, we move into Gold Fleet for the final 3 days of the World Championships in Marina Rubicon.
Running through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my time. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright, alright, 'cause I'm free, freer than I've ever been before. Yeah, baby, I'm freer than I've ever been before. Alright, 'cause I'm
Day 4 of the Worlds here in Marina Rubicon in the south of Lanzarote. It's the first day of Gold Fleet racing when the top 25 men and the top 25 women will go up against each other for 3 races. So let's go across to the race committee to find out what weather's in store for today.
Thanks, Andy. Here we are preparing the courses. We have now wind breathing from northwest direction from 9 till 12, 14 knots. Could be sometimes with the gas breathing till 16. And I think it's in really good conditions with flat sea. And let's go for racing.
There were so many dimensions to today's race course. Big wind shifts, gusts and lulls, all played out on a 3-dimensional playing field of rolling Atlantic swell. It was a day that demanded patience, tactical courage and quick thinking. Time for the Brazilians, Martina Grael and Cayena Kunz, to remind us why they are the double Olympic champions. The Brazilian team were the only 49er FX crew to keep all their scores in the top 10 today. This moves Brazil up to 3rd overall and just 1 point behind Sweden, who struggled in the shifty stuff and have given up the top of the leaderboard to their Dutch rivals.
I think it was a little bit our conditions with very shifty winds and a lot of road to recovery. It reminds us like home. When we just started, I think it was super tricky, and I think it reminds us Niterói, where Chini used to sail. So we're just trying to minimize our mistakes and take the good shifts and go and head the fleet. Yeah, and keep the eye out onto the boat.
Adil van Aanholt and Annette Doets won the first race of the session before slipping to 13th in the next, but then regrouped for a solid 5th at the end of the afternoon. They now hold a 15-point advantage over the reigning world champions from Sweden. The Dutch didn't fare so well in the men's 49er though. Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken's hope for a 4th consecutive world title took a severe dent as the usually invincible team struggled in the wildly variable conditions. While the world champions slipped to 4th behind the Polish team, Mikołaj Staniel and Jakub Storch, the biggest climbers of the day were the local Spanish favourites. Botin and Florian Trittel followed a 7th place with 2 stunning race victories, results that launched the Spaniards up to 2nd overall.
The beginnings of the races have been quite challenging, but yeah, we managed to do good recoveries and then get a solid day in, which is now putting us back into the fight for the championship. And 2 days ahead, a lot can happen, a lot will happen, so yeah, we just keep our heads down and keep grinding.
Despite their great day, Spain are still 18 points off the lead, retained by that level-headed French duo, Erwan Fischer and Clement Piquin. The forecast for Saturday looks stronger, but this could play even more into the hands of the French, who are feared as one of the fastest in big breeze. So after the first day of Gold Fleet racing and 3 races completed, here are the rankings for the men's 49er and the women's 49erFX. So after Fickle Friday, we look forward to the weekend and a day of stronger wind racing. Day 5 of the World Championships in the fleet are expecting 3 really tough, challenging Gold Fleet races out on the Atlantic swell. First, let's go to the race officer to find out what conditions are in store.
We're on the water just 10 minutes before the first race. We've got a westerly wind from 280 to 290 degrees, and the wind speed is about 15 to 20 knots. And it seems that's going to be a very nice racing day.
In more than a quarter of a century of 49er World Championships, France has never won the world title. On the strength of today's performance, Erwan Fischer and Clement Piquin could be on the brink of making 49er history. With the wind gusting between 15 and 19 knots from the northwest, today would be the toughest physical challenge yet. The fleet departed Marina Rubicon for 3 hard races on the huge Atlantic swell. Fischer and Piquin favoured an unusual port-tack approach to the start, passing behind the bulk of the fleet who started on starboard. This proved to be a winning strategy as the French sailed to finishes of 3, 2 and 3, a level of consistency that none of their rivals could match. The French team go into the final day with a 30-point advantage over reigning world champions Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken, and 12 points further back are the Spanish favourites Botin and Florian Trittel. Big breeze conditions tend to play into the hands of those tall Swedes, Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler. So it proved as the reigning world champions turned on an extra notch of speed that no one else could match. 2 wins from 2. They didn't start so well in the third, but surely their boat speed would pull them through again. On the charge down to the bottom of the course, the speedy Swedes were already up to second and chasing down race leaders Adil van Aanholt and Annette Doets. But then, disaster for Sweden as Netzler is swept out of the back of the boat by a rogue wave and has to swim back almost 200 meters to catch up her capsized boat. Van Aanholt and Doets went on to win that race, and coupled with other scores of third and second, the Dutch looked well placed to win back the world title from their Swedish training partners. The Dutch carry a 25-point advantage into the final day, with the second-place Swedes 20 points ahead of Italy's Jana Germani and Giorgia Bertuzzi. The forecast for Super Sunday looks lighter from the north, so the wind could be shifty and difficult to read. So while the 49er and FX titles might look secure, nothing is certain on this tricky Lanzarote racetrack. While the 49er and the FX titles might look secure, the truth is, nothing is certain on this tricky Lanzarote racetrack. But the best way to find out? Join us tomorrow for Super Sunday. It's day one of racing in Marina Rubicon in the south of Lanzarote, and today is the day when everyone still believes that they can win. No points on the board yet, but by the end of the first day, we'll have a sense of where the direction of this competition is going. So breeze on for day one and all week long, it looks like. Now we'll go over to the race committee to find out what the conditions are out on the race course.
Today we have north conditions in both areas. We have between 9 and 15 knots and a good swell. So yep, we're seeing good regattas today.
In the 49er FX, the Chinese team Zhao Yuhu and Meng Wenshan were the surprise package of the day as they topped the leaderboard with scores of third and first from the light and shifty Papagayo course. Meanwhile, on the windier and wavier Pechiguera course, it was the Dutch team, Adil van Aanholt and Annette Doets, who fought their way to first and third place finishes to lie in second overall. With multiple capsizes on the Pechiguera course, the Dutch were just relieved to have survived the day without incident. The Dutchmen also did well in their afternoon outing, the reigning World Champions Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken sitting in second overall. And the Dutch are sandwiched between two teams from the USA. Andrew Morrison and Ian McDermott might have missed out on Olympic selection for Paris 2024, but they lead the World Championships after 3 races, while the Olympic qualifiers Ian Barrows and Hans Henken hold third place on a really tight leaderboard.
Hard to do much better than we did today, but it's a long week, and all the sailors know that the first day is the day feeling great, and we didn't lose the regatta on the first day, so we're happy with that.
been a predictably unpredictable start to the regatta on day one, and with more offshore northerly breeze forecast for day two, I think it's going to be another difficult day for the 49er and 49erFX sailors. Good morning from Marina Rubicon in the south of Lanzarote. It's day two of the World Championships, and the men are going to go out racing first in the 49er, and then in the afternoon it will be the turn of the women in the 49erFX. So what's the weather got in store? Let's go to the race committee to find out.
It's really tricky today. We have wind fighting between 90 and 60s. So yeah, it's been tricky for the race committee, but let's see.
First up with the 49er men, who set out from Marina Rubicon for 3 back-to-back races in yellow and blue qualifying groups. It was a stellar day for the French teams. In yellow group, Julien Dottoli and Noé Delpech enjoyed an almost perfect day, with scores of 2-1-1 to move up to 5th overall in the standings. Meanwhile, in blue group, Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin put in a strong performance with 3-1-3 to move to the top of the leaderboard. The French share equal points with reigning world champions Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken, who hold second place with an 8-point gap on the Polish team in third.
Yeah, we feel very good. It was not an easy day. We managed to lead 3 good races, but it was a little bit tricky, but we got some good breeze. And yeah, we managed to do some good race, so we are very happy.
After 2 more races in the 49erFX, Adil Van Aanholt and Annette Doets have now taken top spot on the leaderboard, away from China's Zhao Yuhu and Mengwan Shan, who are now in second. Defending world champions from Sweden, Bobak and Netzler, move up to third and are growing in confidence. Unfortunately, the wind turned inside out during the afternoon, and the FX fleet was sent ashore after just 2 races.
We're super proud with how we've sailed so far, and it's mostly the processes which feel really good. We're getting off the start super quick, our pace is good, and yeah, we feel like what we are seeing underwater is also what's happening in reality. So we're just happy to sail and looking forward to 4 more beautiful days.
So after 4 races in the FX, 6 races in the 49er, here are the overall rankings. So tomorrow, day 3, is the final day of qualifying. It's the last opportunity for anyone who is looking to break into Goldfleet. It's day 3 of the Worlds here in Marina Rubicon in the south of Lanzarote, and it's an absolutely critical day, being the final day of qualifying, when the sailors work hard to try and break into the top 25 for Gold Fleet, or if they don't manage that, relegated to silver. So with 3 races on the cards for the men, 4 for the women in the FX, let's go to the race committee for the weather forecast.
Thanks, Andy. We are here in Papagayo area. We have now wind breathing from 8 to 14 knots and shifty from 300 to 330, more or less.
It was a long day on the water in big swell and tricky northerly breezes rolling off the lunar mountainscape of Lanzarote. At the end of 4 FX races for the women, reigning world champions from Sweden, Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler, took some brave tactical decisions and have moved into the overall lead ahead of their Dutch rivals, Adele van Aanholt and Annette Doets. Later in the afternoon, the men's 49er groups completed their final 3 qualifying races. As they arrived back ashore in Marina Rubicon, there was a huge range of emotions for men and women alike as they checked the scoreboard to see where they had finished up. 25th place or higher would mean elevation to Gold Fleet. Any lower and they would be relegated to silver, and in some cases, the end of their Olympic dreams. Rob Dixon and Sean Wadilove had squeaked into Gold Fleet in 25th place, although with a few protests to be heard, it was too soon for Irish celebrations.
Yeah, I think we're 25th at the moment, so in Gold Fleet they are, but as you know, a lot of uncontrollables like protests and stuff from other boats that might change that, but for now, yeah, I don't know, we can just see what happens.
Even tougher though for the other Irish team, Schaefer Guilfoyle and Johnny Durkin, who just missed the cut in a heartbreaking 27th place.
Yeah, I mean, I guess people put in a pretty long winter of training and work hard, and obviously today's the day that the cuts happen, so obviously people are going to be disappointed missing the cut like us, and I can definitely relate to it. Not at tears just yet, but yeah, it can be pretty tough, pretty brutal, but it's sport at the end of the day. So no, I don't think you question it. If you're questioning it after a day like this, I think you need to look at yourself a bit. You need to know your why, and you know, you're out here to try and get the best out of yourself, and I want to measure myself against the best in the world, and you know, today we weren't up to that standard, and I'm okay with that, and just need to improve and keep at it.
No reason for sadness in the French camp, however. Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin continue their charge at the top of the rankings, now 3 points in front of World Champions Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken. So at the end of a dramatic 3 days and the end of the qualifying phase, we move into Gold Fleet for the final 3 days of the World Championships in Marina Rubicon.
Running through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my time. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright, alright, 'cause I'm free, freer than I've ever been before. Yeah, baby, I'm freer than I've ever been before. Alright, 'cause I'm freer than I've ever been before. Yeah.
Day 4 of the Worlds here in Marina Rubicon in the south of Lanzarote. It's the first day of Gold Fleet racing when the top 25 men and the top 25 women will go up against each other for 3 races. So let's go across to the race committee to find out what weather's in store for today.
Thanks, Andy. Here we are preparing the courses. We have now wind breathing from northwest direction from 9 till 12, 14 knots. Could be sometimes with the gas breathing till 16. And I think it's in really good conditions with flat sea. And let's go for racing.
There were so many dimensions to today's race course. Big wind shifts, gusts and lulls, all played out on a 3-dimensional playing field of rolling Atlantic swell. It was a day that demanded patience, tactical courage and quick thinking. Time for the Brazilians, Martina Grael and Cayena Kunz, to remind us why they are the double Olympic champions. The Brazilian team were the only 49er FX crew to keep all their scores in the top 10 today. This moves Brazil up to 3rd overall and just 1 point behind Sweden, who struggled in the shifty stuff and have given up the top of the leaderboard to their Dutch rivals.
I think it was a little bit our conditions were very shifty winds and a lot of road to recovery. It reminds us like home. When we just started, I think it was super tricky and I think it reminds us Niterói, where Chini used to sail. So we're just trying to minimize our mistakes and take the good shifts and go ahead the fleet. And keep the eye out onto the road.
Adele van Aanholt and Annette Doets won the first race of the session before slipping to 13th in the next, but then regrouped for a solid 5th at the end of the afternoon. They now hold a 15-point advantage over the reigning world champions from Sweden. The Dutch didn't fare so well in the men's 49er though. Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken's hope for a 4th consecutive world title took a severe dent as the usually invincible team struggled in the wildly variable conditions. While the world champions slipped to 4th behind the Polish team, Mikołaj Staniel and Jakub Storch, the biggest climbers of the day were the local Spanish favourites. Diego Botin and Florian Trittel followed a 7th place with 2 stunning race victories, results that launched the Spaniards up to 2nd overall.
The beginnings of the races have been quite challenging, but we managed to do good recoveries and then get a solid day in, which is now putting us back into the fight for the championship. And 2 days ahead, a lot can happen, a lot will happen, so we just keep our heads down and keep grinding.
Despite their great day, Spain are still 18 points off the lead, retained by that level-headed French duo, Erwan Fischer and Clement Piquin. The forecast for Saturday looks stronger, but this could play even more into the hands of the French, who are feared as one of the fastest in big breeze. So after the first day of Gold Fleet racing and 3 races completed, here are the rankings for the men's 49er and the women's 49er FX. So after Fickle Friday, we look forward to the weekend and a day of stronger wind racing. Day 5 of the World Championships, and the fleet are expecting 3 really tough, challenging Gold Fleet races out on the Atlantic swell. First, let's go to the race officer to find out what conditions are in store.
We're on the water just 10 minutes before the first race. We've got a westerly wind from 280 to 290 degrees, and the wind speed is about 15 to 20 knots. And it seems that's going to be a very nice racing day.
In more than a quarter of a century of 49er World Championships, France has never won the world title. On the strength of today's performance, Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin could be on the brink of making 49er history. With the wind gusting between 15 and 19 knots from the northwest, today would be the toughest physical challenge yet. The fleet departed Marina Rubicon for 3 hard races on the huge Atlantic swell. Fischer and Piquin favoured an unusual port-tack approach to the start, passing behind the bulk of the fleet who started on starboard. This proved to be a winning strategy as the French sailed to finishes of 3, 2 and 3, a level of consistency that none of their rivals could match. The French team go into the final day with a 30-point advantage over reigning world champions Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken, and 12 points further back are the Spanish favourites Botin and Florian Trittel. Big breeze conditions tend to play into the hands of those tall Swedes Wilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler. So it proved as the reigning world champions turned on an extra notch of speed that no one else could match. 2 wins from 2. They didn't start so well in the third, but surely their boat speed would pull them through again. On the charge down to the bottom of the course, the speedy Swedes were already up to second and chasing down race leaders Adele van Aanholt and Annette Doets. But then, disaster for Sweden as Netzler is swept out of the back of the boat by a rogue wave and has to swim back almost 200 metres to catch up her capsized boat. Van Aanholt and Doets went on to win that race, and coupled with other scores of third and second, the Dutch looked well placed to win back the world title from their Swedish training partners. The Dutch carry a 25-point advantage into the final day, with the second-place Swedes 20 points ahead of Italy's Jana Germani and Giorgia Bertuzzi. The forecast for Super Sunday looks lighter from the north, so the wind could be shifty and difficult to read. So while the 49er and FX titles might look secure, nothing is certain on this tricky Lanzarote racetrack. And the FX titles might look secure. The truth is, nothing is certain on this tricky Lanzarote racetrack. But the best way to find out? Join us tomorrow for Super Sunday. It's day 1 of racing in Marina Rubicon in the south of Lanzarote, and today is the day when everyone still believes that they can win. No points on the board yet, but by the end of the first day, we'll have a sense of where the direction of this competition is going. So breeze on for day 1 and all week long, it looks like. Now we'll go over to the race committee to find out what the conditions are out on the race course.
Today we have north conditions in both areas. We have between 9 and 15 knots and a good swell. So yeah, we're seeing good regattas today.
In the 49er FX, the Chinese team Zhao Yuhu and Mengwen Shan were the surprise package of the day as they topped the leaderboard with scores of 3rd and 1st from the light and shifty Papagayo course. Meanwhile, on the windier and wavier Pechiguera course, it was the Dutch team, Adil van Aanholt and Annette Doets, who fought their way to 1st and 3rd place finishes to lie in 2nd overall. With multiple capsizes on the Pechiguera course, the Dutch were just relieved to have survived the day without incident. The Dutchmen also did well in their afternoon outing, the reigning World Champions Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken sitting in 2nd overall. And the Dutch are sandwiched between two teams from the USA. Andrew Mulleris and Ian McDermott might have missed out on Olympic selection for Paris 2024, but they lead the World Championships after 3 races, while the Olympic qualifiers Ian Barrows and Hans Henken hold 3rd place on a really tight leaderboard.
You know, hard to do much better than we did today, but it's a long week, and you know, all the sailors know that the first day is the day feeling great, and we didn't lose the regatta on the first day, so we're happy with that.
So it's been a predictably unpredictable start to the regatta on day 1, and with more offshore northerly breeze forecast for day 2, I think it's going to be another difficult day for the 49er and 49erFX sailors. Good morning from Marina Rubicon in the south of Lanzarote. It's day 2 of the World Championships, and the men are going to go out racing first in the 49er, and then in the afternoon it will be the turn of the women in the 49er FX. So what's the weather got in store? Let's go to the race committee to find out.
It's really tricky today. We have winds fighting between 90 and 60s. So yeah, it's been tricky for the race committee, but let's see.
First up were the 49er men, who set out from Marina Rubicon for 3 back-to-back races in yellow and blue qualifying groups. It was a stellar day for the French teams. In yellow group, Julien Dottoli and Noé Delpech enjoyed an almost perfect day, with scores of 2-1-1 to move up to 5th overall in the standings. Meanwhile, in blue group, Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin put in a strong performance, with 3-1-3 to move to the top of the leaderboard. The French share equal points with reigning world champions Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken, who hold second place with an 8-point gap on the Polish team in third.
Yeah, we feel very good. It was not an easy day. We managed to lead 3 good races, but it was a little bit tricky, but we got some good breeze. And yeah, we managed to do some good race, so we are very happy.
After 2 more races in the 49er FX, Adil Van Aanholt and Annette Doets have now taken top spot on the leaderboard, away from China's Zhao Yuhu and Mengwan Shan, who are now in second. Defending world champions from Sweden, Bobak and Netzler, move up to third and are growing in confidence. Unfortunately, the wind turned inside out during the afternoon and the FX fleet was sent ashore after just 2 races.
We're super proud with how we've sailed so far, and it's mostly the processes which feel really good. We're getting off the start super quick, our pace is good, and yeah, we feel like what we are seeing on the water is also what's happening in reality. So we're just happy to sail and looking forward to 4 more beautiful days.
So after 4 races in the FX, 6 races in the 49er, here are the overall rankings. So tomorrow, day 3, is the final day of qualifying. It's the last opportunity for anyone who is looking to break into Goldfleet. It's day 3 of the Worlds here in Marina Rubicon in the south of Lanzarote, and it's an absolutely critical day, being the final day of qualifying, when the sailors work hard to try and break into the top 25 for Goldfleet, or if they don't manage that, relegated to silver. So with 3 races on the cards for the men, 4 for the women in the FX, let's go to the race committee for the weather forecast.
Thanks, Andy. We are here in Papagayo area. We have now wind breathing from 8 to 14 knots and shifty from 300 to 330, more or less.
It was a long day on the water in big swell and tricky northerly breezes rolling off the lunar mountainscape of Lanzarote. At the end of 4 FX races for the women, reigning world champions from Sweden, Vilma Bobek and Rebecca Netzler, took some brave tactical decisions and have moved into the overall lead ahead of their Dutch rivals, Adil Van Aanholt and Annette Doets. Later in the afternoon, the men's 49er groups completed their final 3 qualifying races. As they arrived back ashore in Marina Rubicon, there was a huge range of emotions for men and women alike as they checked the scoreboard to see where they had finished up. 25th place or higher would mean elevation to Goldfleet. Any lower and they would be relegated to silver, and in some cases, the end of their Olympic dreams. Rob Dixon and Sean Wadilove had squeaked into Goldfleet in 25th place, although with a few protests to be heard, it was too soon for Irish celebrations.
Yeah, I think we're at 25th at the moment, so in Goldfleet they are, but as you know, a lot of uncontrollables like protests and stuff from other boats that might change that, but for now, yeah, we can just see what happens.
Even tougher though for the other Irish team, Schaefer Guilfoyle and Johnny Durkin, who just missed the cut in a heartbreaking 27th place.
Yeah, I mean, I guess people put in a pretty long winter of training and work hard, and obviously today's the day that the cuts happen. So obviously people are going to be disappointed missing the cut like us, and I can definitely relate to it. Not at tears just yet, but yeah, it can be pretty tough, pretty brutal, but it's sport at the end of the day. So no, I don't think you question it. If you're questioning it after a day like this, I think you need to look at yourself a bit. You need to know your why, and you're out here to try and get the best out of yourself, and I want to measure myself against the best in the world, and today we weren't up to that standard, and I'm okay with that, and just need to improve and keep at it.
No reason for sadness in the French camp, however. Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin continue their charge at the top of the rankings, now 3 points in front of World Champions Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken. So at the end of a dramatic 3 days and the end of the qualifying phase, we move into Gold Fleet for the final 3 days of the World Championships in Marina Rubicon.
Running through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my time. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright, alright, 'cause I'm free, freer than I've ever been before. Yeah, baby, I'm freer than I've ever been before. Alright, 'cause I'm
Day 4 of the Worlds here in Marina Rubicon in the south of Lanzarote. It's the first day of Gold Fleet racing when the top 25 men and the top 25 women will go up against each other for 3 races. So let's go across to the race committee to find out what weather's in store for today.
Thanks, Andy. Here we are preparing the courses. We have now wind breathing from northwest direction from 9 till 12, 14 knots. Could be sometimes with the gas breathing till 16. And I think it's in really good conditions with flat sea. And let's go for racing.
There were so many dimensions to today's race course. Big wind shifts, gusts and lulls, all played out on a 3-dimensional playing field of rolling Atlantic swell. It was a day that demanded patience, tactical courage and quick thinking. Time for the Brazilians, Martina Grael and Cayena Kunz, to remind us why they are the double Olympic champions. The Brazilian team were the only 49er FX crew to keep all their scores in the top 10 today. This moves Brazil up to 3rd overall and just 1 point behind Sweden, who struggled in the shifty stuff and have given up the top of the leaderboard to their Dutch rivals.
I think it was a little bit, our conditions were very shifty winds and a lot of road to recovery. It reminds us like home. When we just started, I think it was super tricky, and I think it reminds us Niterói, where Chini used to sail. So we were just trying to minimize our mistakes and take the good shifts and go ahead the fleet. And keep the eye out of the boat.
Adele van Aanholt and Annette Doets won the first race of the session before slipping to 13th in the next, but then regrouped for a solid 5th at the end of the afternoon. They now hold a 15-point advantage over the reigning world champions from Sweden. The Dutch didn't fare so well in the men's 49er though. Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken's hope for a 4th consecutive world title took a severe dent as the usually invincible team struggled in the wildly variable conditions. While the world champions slipped to 4th behind the Polish team, Mikołaj Staniel and Jakub Storch, the biggest climbers of the day were the local Spanish favourites. Diego Botin and Florian Trittel followed a 7th place with 2 stunning race victories, results that launched the Spaniards up to 2nd overall.
The beginnings of the races have been quite challenging, but we managed to do good recoveries and then get a solid day in, which is now putting us back into the fight for the championship. And 2 days ahead, a lot can happen, a lot will happen, so we just keep our heads down and keep grinding.
Despite their great day, Spain are still 18 points off the lead, retained by that level-headed French duo, Erwan Fischer and Clement Piquin. The forecast for Saturday looks stronger, but this could play even more into the hands of the French, who are feared as one of the fastest in big breeze. So after the first day of Gold Fleet racing and 3 races completed, here are the rankings for the men's 49er and the women's 49erFX. So after Fickle Friday, we look forward to the weekend and a day of stronger wind racing. Day 5 of the World Championships, and the fleet are expecting 3 really tough, challenging Gold Fleet races out on the Atlantic swell. First, let's go to the race officer to find out what conditions are in store.
We're on the water just 10 minutes before the first race. We've got a westerly wind from 280 to 290 degrees, and the wind speed is about 15 to 20 knots. And it seems that's going to be a very nice racing day.
In more than a quarter of a century of 49er World Championships, France has never won the world title. On the strength of today's performance, Erwan Fischer and Clement Piquin could be on the brink of making 49er history. With the wind gusting between 15 and 19 knots from the northwest, today would be the toughest physical challenge yet. The fleet departed Marina Rubicon for 3 hard races on the huge Atlantic swell. Fischer and Piquin favoured an unusual port tack approach to the start, passing behind the bulk of the fleet who started on starboard. This proved to be a winning strategy as the French sailed to finishes of 3, 2 and 3, a level of consistency that none of their rivals could match. The French team go into the final day with a 30-point advantage over reigning world champions Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken, and 12 points further back are the Spanish favourites Botin and Florian Trittel. Big breeze conditions tend to play into the hands of those tall Swedes, Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler. So it proved as the reigning world champions turned on an extra notch of speed that no one else could match. 2 wins from 2. They didn't start so well in the third, but surely their boat speed would pull them through again. On the charge down to the bottom of the course, the speedy Swedes were already up to second and chasing down race leaders Adil van Aanholt and Annette Doets. But then, disaster for Sweden as Netzler is swept out of the back of the boat by a rogue wave and has to swim back almost 200 metres to catch up her capsized boat. Van Aanholt and Doets went on to win that race, and coupled with other scores of third and second, the Dutch looked well placed to win back the world title from their Swedish training partners. The Dutch carry a 25-point advantage into the final day, with the second place Swedes 20 points ahead of Italy's Jana Germani and Giorgia Bertuzzi. The forecast for Super Sunday looks lighter from the north, so the wind could be shifty and difficult to read. So while the 49er and FX titles might look secure, nothing is certain on this tricky Lanzarote racetrack. While the 49er and the FX titles might look secure, the truth is, nothing is certain on this tricky Lanzarote racetrack. But the best way to find out? Join us tomorrow for Super Sunday.
specifically the 49er, I like it a lot. The boat speed and the tactics and the whole fleet is super close. So it really comes down to all the small details, and that's a lot of fun, yeah.
Yeah, so as I was growing up, I always wanted to say 49er. So yeah, it was always my dream. The boat is fast, it's fun. It's more fun, obviously, in the big breeze and the waves. So yeah.
Day 5 of the World Championships, and the fleet are expecting 3 really tough, challenging Gold Fleet races out on the Atlantic swell. First, let's go to the race officer to find out what conditions are in store.
We're on the water just 10 minutes before the first race. We've got a westerly wind from 280 to 290 degrees, and the wind speed is about 15 to 20 knots. And it seems that's going to be a very nice racing day.
In more than a quarter of a century of 49er World Championships, France has never won the world title. On the strength of today's performance, Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin could be on the brink of making 49er history. With the wind gusting between 15 and 19 knots from the northwest, today would be the toughest physical challenge yet. The fleet departed Marina Rubicon for 3 hard races on the huge Atlantic swell. Fischer and Piquin favoured an unusual port tack approach to the start, passing behind the bulk of the fleet who started on starboard. This proved to be a winning strategy as the French sailed to finishes of 3, 2 and 3, a level of consistency that none of their rivals could match. The French team go into the final day with a 30-point advantage over reigning world champions Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken, and 12 points further back are the Spanish favourites Botin and Florian Trittel. Big breeze conditions tend to play into the hands of those tall Swedes, Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler. So it proved as the reigning world champions turned on an extra notch of speed that no one else could match. 2 wins from 2. They didn't start so well in the third, but surely their boat speed would pull them through again. On the charge down to the bottom of the course, the speedy Swedes were already up to second and chasing down race leaders Adele van Aanholt and Annette Doets. But then, disaster for Sweden as Netzler is swept out of the back of the boat by a rogue wave and has to swim back almost 200 metres to catch up her capsized boat. Van Aanholt and Doets went on to win that race, and coupled with other scores of third and second, the Dutch looked well placed to win back the world title from their Swedish training partners. The Dutch carry a 25-point advantage into the final day, with the second-place Swedes 20 points ahead of Italy's Jana Germani and Giorgia Bertuzzi. The forecast for Super Sunday looks lighter from the north, so the wind could be shifty and difficult to read. So while the 49er and FX titles might look secure, nothing is certain on this tricky Lanzarote racetrack.
Marina Rubicon in the south of Lanzarote is the battleground for this week's 49er and 49erFX World Championships. It's the most important regatta this season leading up to Paris 2024, the Olympic Games. That's what all these competitors are aiming at this year. Most of them won't get there. That's sport, but there's a lot on the line for those few that have a realistic chance of getting there. My name's Andy Rice, and with me in commentary, Stevie Morrison, 49er world champion, and now out on the water, 49erFX Olympian for Finland, Noora Ruskola. So Stevie had a really interesting couple of Gold Fleet races this morning, some real drama, but of course let's just salute those Frenchmen who have become the first ever French 49er world champions in more than 25 years of trying.
Yeah, it's taken them a while, but very deserved. They've sailed a truly phenomenal regatta out here, and really just put an exclamation mark on it with winning that race this morning. I mean, it were conditions where we questioned before, would they be as strong in the slightly lighter breeze and maybe slightly more twinkle toes kind of action on the water, but they certainly delivered, and hats off to them. I hope they can go out and give us a real show here in this medal race. There'll be quite something to bring it home with a medal race victory for them, and I'm sure they'll be sailing pretty relaxed out there, having already got the title sewn up. But yeah, tough day in both fleets for the Dutch sailors, so they're going to need a bit of a reset. Obviously, Adil and Annette still very strong position in the FX fleet, but both the Dutch crews struggled in the morning race. So what have they been able to do on this reset over lunch?
Okay, well, we're going to find out soon in the medal races coming up very shortly. Let's just take a look at some highlights from this morning's final Gold Fleet races. So this was the start of the 49erFX fleet. The women, top 25 women coming off the start line. Really good start by Brazil off this end of the line. Now, Brazil, the reigning Olympic champions, Martina Grael and Kayana Kunz, still in a battle for a bronze medal this afternoon, and that's gonna be where the real fascination lies, in seeing who comes away with the bronze. But up at the top mark, it was Italy 20, Germania and Bertuzzi also in contention for the podium. Just being rolled by Poland 5-2-5. They get down to the bottom of the course, and as you said, Stevie Morrison, the right-hand side of the course has tended to pay more often than not. Thankfully, it's not a complete one-way track by any means. There are opportunities both sides of the course. But the Italians, having briefly been overtaken by Poland, got back into the lead. And this was their run down to the finish. And that kept the Italians in third place overall, and puts them in the best position to be able to win the bronze this afternoon. But there's a couple of other teams they need to keep an eye on, not least the Brazilian Olympic champions, who are going to be dangerous in these light airs.
Yeah, I think it was a great performance by the Italian ladies, and they've now got a real opportunity. But certainly someone you don't want just hanging down the back is Martine Grael. She's going to be chasing that as we come over to the 49er race now, and we get to see that take place. And I think it was a little bit breezier by this time. We'd learnt a little bit about the race course. Right-hand side was still good, and the Irish really knocked the hinges off the corner of that course and did a great job to lead at Mark 1. But, well, it was the class act of the show. Here they are. Erwan Fischer and his crew there, the big dog in the bow was absolutely on fire. And despite the Irish diving inside at the bottom, they used their right of way really well. They just couldn't hold on to this French crew. They've got a lot of pace, it seems, across quite a large part of the wind range, really, and sailing really smart. Just got the boat tracked across the fleet, managed to do a nice job of minimising risk and still giving themselves opportunity to overtake, which is kind of the dream scenario, really. If you can be reducing risk and still overtaking boats, that's great. And there you go, what a moment for them in their career. To win a 49er World Championships is quite a moment, and then just ahead of a home Olympics, what a tonic that's going to be for them. Incredible performance. And for the coaching staff as well, Manu Dian, I know very well from my sailing days. He's been around the class a long time, and it's a big coaching team the French have here. They've got an awful lot of knowledge out there on the water, and well, a really well received result.
Yeah, very popular winners, I would say, and historic winners as well. The French finally bringing home that world gold medal that they've been fighting so long to achieve. And amazingly, for such a strong nation, only previously got a silver in 2018 and a bronze back in 2013. But finally, the big breakthrough in the year that matters the most, because whoever gets to represent France this year, it will be on home waters in Marseille for the Olympic regatta, part of the Paris 2024 Games. And Stevie, isn't it quite amazing that having dominated the World Championship, we still don't know yet whether Erwan and Clement are actually going to be going to Paris for the Games, because this is part of their trials. The trials not yet decided.
Well, absolutely, and let's not take a moment to forget Lucas Rual and Emile Amores, France '95. I mean, they've not had their best week here, admittedly, and but they were European champions not long ago. So certainly the French selectors are going to be scratching their heads a little bit. I hope they've given themselves a fairly fixed selection criteria, because if there's open to a bit of a discussion, they've got some pretty hard discussions to have.
Now, we, in the 49er FX, we thought that, just like the French, that Netherlands 2, Adil van Aanholt and Annette Doets, would probably seal out the gold medal in the Gold Fleet race this morning. But it didn't work out that way, because the Dutch only managed a 17th place. That's their worst performance across the week. Most of their scores have been well inside the top 10, and they've won 5 races during the course of the week as well. And meanwhile, Bobek and Netzler, who were very fast in the breeze, proved that they're also pretty darn good in the light, because they were third in that race. And that means, Stevie, that the Swedes have kept their dreams of another world title alive.
They have, yes. Mathematics is a beautiful thing, isn't it? You can often manage to sort of shape sums how you want to do it. And absolutely, they sit now on 72 points. The Dutch are on 57. So that's still a good lead. That's a 15-point lead. And what that actually means is, should the Dutch finish 8th or better, they will win the world title. Now, for that, the Swedish, they need to kind of go out and try and win the race. But if I was the Dutch, I'd just be hovering around them the whole race. And if I can be ahead of them at the first cross, it's going to turn into a long afternoon for Bobek and Netzler. But yes, they sailed brilliantly well. We talked yesterday about, were they just a bit of a heavy wind specialist team, and was it just their boat speed? But no, their technique in that first race was absolutely phenomenal. Had a mediocre start, I'd say, held a very, very difficult lane early on in the race, and then as soon as they got a little bit of fresh air, once again their technique kind of really brought them through the fleet. So good result for the Swedish. Every chance they can go out and win this race, but hard to see them being able to do that with the Dutch worse than 8th.
Well, we got some interviews with the Swedish earlier. Let's hear what the Swedish had to say. We're also going to hear from the French men who have won the world title for the first time as well. So let's hear those interviews.
Congratulations.
Thank you
Good
very
job,
much.
guys. How
Thank you,
does it
Noora.
feel to be the world champions and before the medal race? It's incredible, right?
It's just unbelievable. I can't believe it that we are world champion. Maybe we will know that maybe next week, but at the moment it's I can't believe it for sure. It's crazy.
How did it feel like in the final race? Were you thinking about it like, wow, we're world champions now? Or would you focus on the race?
Yeah, we were super stoked, and I think the last downwind we just enjoying our speed, our maneuvers, and just our line.
We know what will happen, so we just enjoy
so nice.
the last downwind.
And we did a huge hug together and say, well, we are world champion for sure. So amazing, unbelievable.
Oh, you must be so happy, and we can see it on your faces, and it's just incredible. Are you going to do the final race with the medal race, guys?
Of course we do. We will do the medal race for sure, and we know that the championships is not finished yet, so we need to keep pushing, keep going. For sure, there is less pressure than 2 hours ago, but we need to finish the championships by the better way. So we'll see. But we are ready to go to the medal race.
So it's not over until it's over, but kind of over. Anyway, you have to enjoy this final race and just the beautiful weather and just take it all in, okay? Congratulations and see you later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You just had the first race of the day, and now we're going into medal race, and you really showed it to the Dutch that you're here to play for real, and the points are getting tighter. What's your plan for this afternoon?
No, I mean, we just started the day with kind of showing them that we are not giving that title away, and we're going to fight for it until the end.
Exactly. Yeah, and yeah, how was it in the race? You got third, I think, in that race. Does it feel good? Did you see the Dutch at all?
No, we didn't see them. We just focused on our own, and we went out there today and we just said we can only do as good as we can and just fight until the finish line and then see what happens behind us. And then, yeah, we could see them a bit further down in the fleet going through the finish. So that puts us at least at a fighting chance now going out on this medal race. But it's still a lot of points, but a lot of good boats in the medal race. So, yeah, it can be an exciting one.
Yeah, I think definitely it's going to be a super exciting medal race. I'm probably going to see you battling next to them. Can you a bit share of the strategy? You're probably just like figuring that out or where you want to position yourself. But what's your thoughts now?
No, we're just going to go out there and fight for it. That's all.
Not going to share all the secrets here. But we're going to see you on the live stream. But hey, good luck for it. It's going to be incredible. And I'll see you back here soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Noora. And just in case, if you're wondering, Noora is now out on the water. She's going to be our on-the-water reporter for these last two medal races. And hopefully we will be able to grab some interviews from the winners and from some of the other competitors at the end of these medal races. Now, I see a postponement flag, that red and white striped flag on the committee boat, and it seems like things are being moved around a little bit out there at the moment, so maybe they're waiting for the breeze to stabilize. Looks like there's enough wind out there. Maybe it's just not reliable enough across the race course. So Stevie, how do you keep your head in the game when you're out there ready to go out and try and win a medal, or maybe to try and do what you need to do to qualify for your Olympic selection, whatever your particular scenario is, when you're sitting around waiting for stuff to happen? What do you do?
Well, I think it's going to be a very, very boring answer, unfortunately, Andy. But you rely on your jobs. You have a routine. You have a process. There's every opportunity now to be sailing upwind, to be checking in with the wind shifts, check your compass range, get yourself happy with your rig setup, and just sort of reassure yourself that the boat's set how you want it. You know where the compass range is. A good chance to check back in with your coach to also help refocus you on those basics. But yeah, ultimately the reason you practice a lot is to give yourself processes and to give yourself routines that when the pressure comes on, is the right way to behave in that moment. And I think the English rugby team a long time ago called it teacup, which is thinking correctly under pressure. And that's what that's all about now. You've got to keep thinking on the job in hand. And that comes down to know where the start line is. Once David Campbell-James and his team have laid that start line, make sure is it a lift, is it a header, with my compass numbers, and have a good idea of what you're trying to execute in this race. Now, from what we've seen so far today, the right-hand side of the course has been pretty strong. So how am I going to go about starting the race to give myself every opportunity of a clean lane towards the right-hand side? There's a lot of things like that to be working on, but I think the worst thing you could do would be to sit there and focus on things you can't control. So as I said, boring answer. Control the controllables, Ricey, and maybe a banana, bit of water and a banana. That'd also help us on our way.
Thank you very much, Stevie. Now, there are many different ways to select an Olympic representative, and some of the trials for some nations are purely mathematical. It's about who beats who, no grey area. And then there are other where there's selection trials. And I believe that the British are amongst those that use selection trials, which means an element of subjectivity. And then that leaves you open to accusations potentially of favoritism. And in the past, it's led with some countries to court cases and trials being decided by court cases. So you can see the pros and cons on both sides. Well, I've heard an interesting scenario for the Danish, because I was speaking to Frederik Rask and Jakob Jensen soon after they came ashore from that Gold Fleet race earlier today, where they got that stunning start on Port Tack behind the fleet. They ended up third in that race, and funnily enough, they started the week with a third in qualifying. They bookended their week with a third place, but they didn't have such good scores in between. But that final finish, coming third, lifted them from 24th to 18th place overall. Well, why does that matter? It matters because the team that they were up against in the trials, Daniel Nyborg and Nikolai Bull, were in the silver fleet. They hadn't made it through to the gold fleet, but they had had a better European event at the in Vila Moura in Portugal, where they had ended up in the silver fleet. But Frederik Rask and Jakob Jensen had a disaster where they'd had two UFD disqualifications for starting too soon. That dropped them down to the bronze fleet, so they really made life hard for themselves. So they needed to beat Nyborg and Bull by a certain number of points, and I was talking to them. They were quite keen to hear the outcome of the results of the Silver Fleet race, which normally you wouldn't think would matter that much. And if Nyborg and Bull finished 31st or lower, then Rask and Jensen would be going to the games. But unfortunately for them, and fortunately for Nyborg and Bull, it's 28th place for them, and that means Nyborg and Bull, as I understand it, will be representing Denmark at the games. So a bit of a strange scenario. Stevie, I'm going to come back to you on that in a moment, because I understand that we may be able to get Noora from the water. So Noora, can you hear me? And if you can, what do you see out there? What are the conditions like?
Hey Andy, I can hear you. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but it is glorious out here. I would say it's pretty champagne conditions today. The wind is perfect, and you see the starting line just behind me. We have AP currently. They're setting up the course just after the silver fleet finished, but I think they're done soon, and the sailors are definitely ready because they've been sailing up and down already a while, and you can see that everyone is kind of just waiting for this race to get started.
Okay, and what kind of wind range do you think we're seeing at the moment, and do you see one side of or the other looking more favourable?
It does look like 10 to 12 knots, and difficult to say what's favorable from here, honestly. I think it's pretty even.
Okay, Noora, thank you very much for that. We'll be coming back to you throughout the races, so great to know that we can hear you and that you can hear us, and it looks absolutely glorious out there. So have a lovely day out there.
Yeah.
Stevie, back to that conundrum. So the Danes have got a purely mathematical system. Some might argue that the strongest team is not going to the games for Denmark, but fair play to Nyborg and Bull. They did what they had to do, and the mathematics works out in their favour. But where do you stand on this division between pure mathematics and a little bit of subjective selection?
Yeah, I think it's always an interesting question. I thought it was great hearing from Noora there. For anyone at home playing sailing TV drinking games, I think she just ticked the champagne sailing box. So I imagine there's plenty of people around the world having a mouthful of beer right now to tick that one off. But if we come back to the trials thing, yeah, I think the Danish system's always been brutal. I know that in 2012, Alan Noorgaard and Jonas Warner, who was the current gold medalist, and Alan Noorgaard just took him out in a match race scenario. The British system tends to favour, actually achieving high results and favouring that, where you're actually trying to get medal-winning performances. So I think it's always a very interesting way of going about it. America put themselves in a very high-pressure 1 week kind of on home turf selection series, which that's sort of done them proud in the past, but something that as a British team we moved away from with our Weymouth Olympic week that you'd remember when I first remember racing you in 1999, and we were in Weymouth Harbour, and Billy Barker and Paul Brotherton were going hammer and tongs for the British spot in that. So it's always got its place. You can find fault and benefit with both, but I think as long as everyone knows the selection criteria at the beginning, and you just can have a set of rules that you play to, then it's absolutely fine to go on with whatever system. I think the hard thing is often in countries where there are a lot of boats. I mean, it can be a blessing and a curse, really, but it can, if you've got a lot of top teams, then it starts to become a very drawn-out process, whereas if there's just one of you and you've dominated, much like these Dutch girls here, they've been absolutely dominant this time around, and it probably allows them to start focusing on the Olympics that bit earlier and really ensuring they're perfectly tuned for the Olympics.
Yeah, so you went to the 2008 and the 2012 games for Great Britain. Do you remember what month you got selected, or you knew that you were going? And is it better for athletes to know that they are going sooner than later, do you think?
I don't know. I mean, we were selected early for China. We were selected late for London. I think probably for where we were in our sailing careers, the other way round might have been better. But you know, hindsight's a beautiful thing, really. I mean, it's it's easy to say. Last time around, Dylan Fletcher was selected really early in a tight selection battle with James Peters, and he went on to win the gold medal. So he made the British selection system look pretty clever, and Ben and I probably made it not look as clever as it might have been. But it's always hard. You've got to go and deliver on the time. I think there's definitely a case to be made for it being early enough that people can kind of come down from the high and then reassert themselves. But equally, I'm sure the French will say right now, well, we're going to ride this high the whole way to Marseille, to Paris.
By which do you think that our new world champions are going to be selected? I mean, it seems hard to imagine it could go any other way, but of course that's tough on the reigning European champions, a different French team, Ruel and Amoros.
Yeah, I mean, I've really got no idea of what the system is there, but for me, the World Championship is always the benchmark pinnacle event of the season, and there's been a reasonable range of conditions. They have absolutely smashed it. I mean, I actually went a bit indulgent during the break and looked back at the time Ben and I won the Worlds results-wise, and it was, we had an awful lot of first places, but we didn't have as many low points as these two. I mean, it's been an absolutely spectacular series that they've put together, and they've showed themselves to be absolutely world-class. So will they be selected? I would be very, very surprised if not, but je ne parle pas le français, so je ne connais pas, Andy. C'est pas pour moi to decide.
Well, you've just disproven your own statement there. Of course, that was beautiful French, worth at least a B+ at GCSE. And in the break, you've also managed to cook some sausage rolls. So well done. You've been very busy. Now, let's just go to a quick break. We'll be back to you shortly, and we'll update you with how things are out here in Lanzarote.
Running through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my time. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright, alright, 'cause I'm free, freer than I've ever been before. Yeah, baby, I'm freer than I've ever been before. Alright, 'cause I'm
Welcome back to Lanzarote. We're here in the south of the island, in the Canary Islands, and Marina Rubicon has been our host this week. One of the most popular training grounds for Olympic sailors of all types, not just 49er and 49erFX Skiff racers, but pretty much all the Olympic classes pick Marina Rubicon as one of their top spots for winter training. So it seems like an obvious place to come and have a World Championship. And what a great week we've had. We've had absolutely fantastic breeze. We've had huge rolling swell. And actually today is the lightest day that we've seen, and also the flattest water. So it's a real true all-round test of sailing skill. And we've seen the Chinese leading in the early stages of this week in the 49erFX, and in the early days of the 49er men's racing, it was USA who were doing really well. But of course, it's how you perform across the week, and the French in the men's 49er have been absolutely unstoppable, and the Dutch women, who we're about to see in this 49erFX race, also extremely good. But we did see a bit of a wobble from them this morning in the Gold Fleet race, which has left a chink of light there, a little bit of a door open for Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler, the reigning world champions, to be able to defend their world title from The Hague last year. But it's going to take a really good race from the Swedes, probably a race win, and for the Dutch to do something fairly bad. The Swedes, they are the fastest in the breeze. They won 2 races yesterday. They were on the charge in the 3rd race, but then this. So they got their way up to 2nd place. They were chasing down the Dutch in the lead, but then Rebecca Netzler gets hit by a rogue wave in that massive swell. She gets washed out the back of the boat, immediately starts front crawling her way back to the boat, which is still planing downwind, surfing down the wave. And look at Vilma Bobeck trying to get the kite down, then jibes, then capsizes, and that's probably the best thing that could have happened, because there was still a good 100 meters, if not more, of swimming for Rebecca Netzler to do. So that's what it was like yesterday. Massive swell. You can see a bit of swell rolling underneath the coach boats and underneath the 49erFXs there. But Stevie, it's a different kind of day today, isn't it?
Yeah, very different day. I mean, you always tend to get a bit of a swell coming in round the end of the island there, so that's not anywhere unusual. But yes, the wind today a little bit more round off the shore. It's lighter, gustier, so it brings its own challenges to the technique and the skills of the crew, and it probably makes them for a more open racetrack, so that, you know, there will be passing lanes out here. But if we go on from earlier in the day, we tended to see that further you went up the course, there was a little bit more breeze, and that starboard lay line, the right hand side, almost where we're looking at now, was kind of the stronger place to end up. So it'll be very interesting to see if that's a trend that continues now that the wind's matured, if you like. There's a few clouds up over that volcano line there to the right hand side, but the breeze is really mixed down. We've got a nice breeze on the water. Noora told us it was pretty perfect conditions out there, but I still wouldn't be at all surprised to see a lot of the boats wanting to get towards the right hand side of the racetrack. That's certainly what I've seen happen quite a lot in this wind direction on average, and it's going to come down to, yeah, good start. And it'll be interesting, do the Swedish attack the Dutch? Do the Dutch attack the Swedish? Or are they both kind of happy with their medals? At the moment, the Swedes are a little bit out the back on the start line there, Andy. They're definitely trying to push the Dutch. Obviously, what would be good news for the Swedes would be to get the Dutch over the line early, but they need to find some way of forcing the Netherlands back in the pack. And for the Netherlands, well, they need to stay somewhere near Sweden, or in fact, get the Netherlands back outside of that top 2 places. Because, of course, it's all very well saying the Dutch have to be in the top 8, but the Swedish have to be first or second to make that a problem for the Dutch girls. And it looks at the moment like Adil and Annette are attacking the Swedish. They're chasing them into the start line.
Yes, just as you were speaking and theorising about that, it was pretty much playing out as you suspected. So it looks like the Dutch are hunting down the Swedish, so that the Swedish looked like they were a little bit scared being where they were, so they moved themselves further up towards the committee boat end of the line. And meanwhile, there is a bit of a slow match race going on between Italy and Brazil near the committee boat, those being the 2 mostly likely boats to fight it out for the bronze medal, not also forgetting Australia 47, Laura Harding and Annie Wilmot, who also have a sniff for that bronze medal. So some interesting scenarios playing out, and Sweden, they seem like they're reasonably happy there. We've got 1 minute 20 to go. What do you expect the Dutch to do from here? Because the Dutch seem to be hanging back, Stevie.
Yeah, I think the Swedish would have been happy until the Australians got out of their way. I'm surprised the Dutch didn't actually take the opportunity to move in under the Swedish there. So a little bit of a passive attempt here by the Dutch girls at the moment. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a late move down the line to try and find a gap when they feel the Swedish can't do anything about getting to them. I think the Dutch seem to be going for a very passive, let's just get a decent result approach. They're not trying to go toe-to-toe with the Swedish here, which I'm a little surprised at. But here we go. They're moving up. Will they look to come out on port tack? That could be quite a good option for the Dutch to set themselves up down the line and then come slingshot out behind the fleet on port. We'll see. But the Swedes and the Dutch right now well separated. The Australians are like where Harding and Wilmot have put themselves. They've got a lot of space. But do they have a plan to get themselves to the right-hand side of the course? Brazil and Italy up near the committee boat. Less than 30 seconds to go till the start now. And they're well positioned, but it looks like it's all going to come down to the execution of the start. Yes, Adil looks set up to come out on port on that Dutch boat. Should give her a safe starting option. Seems sensible to me. What will the Swedish do to respond to that?
Yet again, Brazil managed to win the committee boat end of the line. A really good start for them. Also, a very good start for Italy, 20. Australia, 47, looked like they have the best of the port tack starts. Not a great start for Sweden in the end. Sweden very much at the back of this pack right now, and they're following the Dutch out towards the right-hand side. So without having to even do very much, the Dutch have got the Swedes exactly where they want them. Let's just go out to Noora and find out what Noora saw from out there on the water. Any input from you, Noora? Sorry, no, we can't get Noora at the moment. But Stevie, what's your take on that? I mean, this is all played into the hands of the Netherlands, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, for want of a better words, the Swedes made a bit of hash of that, to be perfectly honest with you. That they were caught in two minds, I think. I think they had a plan to go after the Dutch. Dutch just sat back, almost a bit of a rope-a-dope start by the Dutch there, and then late on just slung out on port, which was always going to be their safest option. And the Swedes kind of, I feel, needed to make a slightly more aggressive decision early. Do we get onto port early, try and lead out? But right now, yeah, they've got a real problem on their hands because the Dutch are in front of them. And in fact, there's a few boats in front. Italy and Brazil, look at that. We've got a match race happening down to the right-hand side of our screen. And that's great news for Harding and Wilmot because I love that they've been punchy. If you're going to go for a medal and you're sat where they were, they're back in the pack, then let's just get out there and make a bold decision. They're heading towards the favoured side of the course, execute the start perfectly. Now, it's only theoretical, Andy. We're only looking at numbers on a screen right now. But if the SAP tracking is right and were things to end like they are now, then Harding and Wilmot would be just one place away from Germani and Bertuzzi. So it's really close out there on the water.
Yes, and so Italy and Brazil, they really can't afford to get too myopic about that match race. They've got to bear in mind that the Australians have a serious shot at this bronze medal as well. And the Aussies, as you said, really good start, very punchy, out to the right-hand side. So, okay, so Brazil might have Italy squared away to leeward of them and got them right where they want them. But Brazil also have to hope that Harding and Wilmot don't have an absolute blinder of a race here. Otherwise, that bronze medal is going the way of Australia.
Yeah, slightly slow moment there for the Brazilians as well. They've really struggled for boat speed in that last couple of minutes right now, Andy. We can actually see the Italians moving forward on them. They're right in the middle of our screen, a little bit away from us. They're in below the Germany 33 out on the water, but the Italians have gone fast. Now, that could be a hint of a left shift, which would be good news for them, bad news for the Australians at the moment. As we come back, here we go on the start line. We see the Dutch quite late to turn onto port tack, but the Swedes caught in two minds out the back. They now can't tack because the Dutch are so close to them and they have to wait, and they're going to be fourth heading out that way. But look at this, Harding and Wilmot, absolutely full bore, great punchy work at the committee boat end of the line. The timing was impeccable, the decision making strong and brave. We like to see a strong decision, so we'll see how it plays out for them as we go up the course. But at the moment, for Adil and Annette on that Dutch boat, they're in a really strong position. The Australians tack up on the right-hand side of the course. And, well, these next 2 minutes could be pretty definitive. At the moment on the tracking, Wilmot and Harding are up to the bronze medal position, just.
So we're in the final day of the 49er and 49erFX World Championships here in Lanzarote. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage this week. This is the 6th day of racing in the most important regatta, in some cases, of these sailors' lives. Of course, it doesn't quite match up to the Olympic Games itself, but this is the decider in so many ways for so many of these sailors. In the case of the Dutch, who are leading the 49erFX World Championships, they already know that they're going for the Netherlands, and so do their training partners and rivals, Sweden, Vilma Bobek and Rebecca Netzler. But for others like Germani and Bertuzzi from Italy, still to be selected and putting a good marker down to get that selection for Italy.
Yeah, I just think interesting to see there, Andy. We can see a couple of motorboats on the course. We were following quite tightly behind one a minute ago. It's interesting and important to remember that these medal races are on the water umpired. So our umpire team that have perhaps been in the protest room, they'll have been out observing races, but here they can actually dish out on the water penalties, which of course could have a big effect. The wind out on the racecourse is really quite puffy at the moment. It's very shifty, very gusty, and we can see the Dutch have found a nice bit of breeze. They're in good shape. No surprise to see them staying really closely aligned with the Swedish, but there's definitely bands of pressure coming down the course here, because that German boat out of the middle of the line, they looked absolutely superbly positioned on some pressure and actually crossed well ahead of the Australians. So the Australians either struggling big time for boat speed or just fell out of the line of breeze, and actually the left-hand side has proven to be pretty strong on this upwind leg. As we can see there, Germany crossing well ahead of Adil and Annette, and Adil and Annette in fact sailing a fast mode to try and get forward on the Swedish and take control of that battle for the world title.
Yeah, so actually the Swedish not doing as badly as I thought, but the Dutch in a position to be able to give away a bit of distance, sail back down towards the line of the Swedes. But meanwhile, up in the front, it's the Canadian sisters, Lewin Lafrance sisters, who are leading with Mainhout and Gertz from Belgium, also well up there. So not in the hunt for medals, but certainly going to have a possible effect on the outcome of these medals with Canada and Belgium at the top. Noora, what do you see from the top of the course?
Hey, welcome back to the boat. I can see from here, actually, it's a bit soft up here. I think it was more wind down there, really patchy. But I actually see the Canadians coming up really well, nicely, and the Germans. I would see the Germans on the ley line, Canadians way over the ley line, and the Dutch are also looking like they will be on the ley line. But I can see also it's shifting a lot. So, you know, Dutch can be on the edge of, will they make it?
Noora, thank you very much. So let's see if the Dutch have judged that ley line correctly. Stevie, where would you rather be right now? Who's called it?
I'd absolutely be rather where the Germans are, with a little bit in the bank and bow forward. I think the Germans and the Canadians have sailed a great upwind, but interesting what we've seen there is just how open the racetrack is. These two boats started down the line, headed out a little bit to the left, and there's clearly the pressure's more evenly spread across the racetrack. It's a little bit more shifty and gusty, and there's opportunities for the boats out there. And for the Germans and for the Lewin Lafrance sisters, well, they're going to be in great shape to set themselves off downwind here. Our battle, of course, is for the medals, and that's happening a little bit further back. But for the Italians, Germani and Bertuzzi, it's all good news at the moment, because Australia and Brazil are quite well back in the fleet. And interesting there, the Germans clearly feeling it's a right shift. They look for the jibe set. Have we got a difference of opinion? We have. It looks like Georgia Lewin Lafrance continues straight, and there's clearly a bit of a difference in opinion with the breeze out there. But this time it did pay left upwind, so perhaps a brave call to jibe set in the lead.
Yeah, I quite like where the Germans have done the jibe set. That looks pretty good for Hoffmann and Bartelheimer right now, as Netherlands 2 are world champions in waiting to go round the course, and it's round the windward mark, and it's a straight set for them. And coming up behind them, Spain 23, and then the closest rivals for the world title, it's the reigning world champions from Sweden, Vilma Bobek and Rebecca Netzler. But with the Dutch 2 in front of them, it just means the Dutch are looking even more certain to win back that world title that they last held in 2022 in Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Yeah, there we go. The Dutch choose to jibe now, Andy, a little way after the mark. Clearly, they like what they saw out that other way, or in fact, probably what they saw was the Swedish take a jibe set, and they thought, no, guys, you're not having that. We're going to come with you. So we'll see how this plays out. But absolutely, the Dutch have got their eyes razor focused on that Swedish boat, doing a brilliant job of just blocking every move they make there. I think important battle taking place with Grail and Kuntz and Harding and Wilmot. Now the Italians have got a big lead over them. Italians 6th, but Australia 9th, Brazil 10th. Whoever beats whoever out of Australia and Brazil will finish above each other on the standings. So the standings at the moment, Van Aanholt leading, Bobkek and Netzler 2nd, Germani Bertuzzi 3rd overall. As it stands, Harding and Wilmot are just ahead of Kuntz and Grail, although they're tied on the same points. So there's plenty of action for these medals and top 5 places happening just right now. But there you go. Look at that. Great sign for the Dutch fans watching the show. Sweden set up for jibe. Let's not be at all surprised to see the Dutch jibe very shortly and match that move by the Swedish ladies.
Yep, so the Dutch not letting the Swedes off the hook. They're going to, there you predicted it, Stevie, doing that cover. Basically, the Dutch keeping themselves between the Swedes and the next part of the course, which is the leeward gate at the bottom, the part of the course that gave us such entertainment yesterday with so many capsizes and near misses. It's not going to be like that today. There's only 10 boats on the race course. This is the double point medal race, only the top 10 in the medal race, and this is to contest the medals for the 2024 World Championships, the most important regatta of the year before the Paris 2024 Olympic Games in July, coming up in France later on this summer. Bit bouncy for the Swedes, bouncing over that chop. It's an ever-moving playing field here. There's a bit of swell rolling side to side as well, Stevie, so it's always keeping them on their toes, isn't it?
It's always keeping them on their toes, and I think we saw there that straight set did pay off. The Canadians have extended quite a big lead right now. So there does seem to be more wind on the left-hand side of the course at the moment. So that would suggest that the Canadians might set themselves up for a right turn here. They're marginal on lay line. Look at that, well down on the trapeze. Main sheet a little bit off the centre line, trying to keep the boat flat. Nicely pressed in, so they'll be going quite fast. I think they've made a reasonable gain over the Germans at this point in time. But it's still plenty of race left here to be done, and this will be one of the bigger decisions of the race. Do they turn right or do they split away to the left? They've missed the lay line for the right turn, so it's probably going to be a left turn for the Canadians here. Here they go. They obviously feel wind's in the left phase, and we're happy to get out on port tack. Here come the Germans. They've lost a little bit of distance downwind. Somewhat of a late jibe there, so they're going to maybe do 2 jibes and get very slow. Quite a few metres dropped by the Germans, just missing the lay line, forced to do an extra 2 jibes, but they also like the left turn, and they're going to follow the Canadian sisters out that way. So clearly, feels to me like maybe the breeze has shifted to the left, and all the boats are choosing to sail that lifted tack out towards the right-hand side.
Okay, so that's what we like to see, an unpredictable race course, and down come the Dutch. Still ahead of the Swedes. The Dutch only need to finish in the top 8 of this race anyway, and they're easily doing that, lying in 4th place. So increasingly, it looks like the world title is going back to the Netherlands, the way that Adele van Aanholt and Annette Doets are sailing. Here are the reigning world champions for a few minutes more after winning in The Hague last year. The incredibly rapid, speedy Swedes, Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler. They had a bit of a wobble a couple of days ago. They sailed really fast yesterday, winning 2 races, then having that capsize. But the day before that was the one where they really put themselves on the back foot. They just couldn't make sense of the conditions that day. But there's no doubt that Sweden and the Netherlands will be amongst the leading contenders for Olympic medals in Marseille this summer. We've enjoyed these beautiful
look at their
drone
setup
shots.
there, Ricey. Yeah.
Yeah. We've had such great feedback about the coverage. So thank you to everybody who's passed on those messages to us. And the team here at AALVAA have done a fantastic job this week. They've never covered the 49ers before. And considering that, I mean, it's been absolutely fantastic coverage. We currently don't have any media coverage for the 49er Europeans coming up in May in the south of France. It's a funding issue, but if you would like to see more of this kind of amazing coverage, then please do go to 49er 49er.org/gift. And there are a range of options there. If you feel generous enough to donate, and if there is enough funding that comes in, then we will be running similar kind of coverage, similar live streaming coverage in the south of France for the European Championships coming up just in a couple of months this May. So 49er.org/gift. Meanwhile, Stevie, just update us. You're aware of where the Dutch are on the racecourse now?
Yeah, the Dutch came, they took the right turn. No surprise to see the Swedish chose to go left turn, but immediately as the Swedes went round there, the Dutch came, tacked back across, and I think it looked like they'd tacked in quite a nice bit of breeze, the Dutch ladies. So pretty strong positioning still by Adil and Annette. They're still well positioned at the moment, and as we said, ultimately the Swedes have to get themselves up to first or second even to have any hope of making this happen, and that would then probably at this stage need both Van Aanholt and Duits to jump overboard, because they're sailing the boat so well that it seems very unlikely that they're going to make any kind of mistake. They're up to third on the tracker, and they're sailing the boat really, really nicely. It's definitely a much more open racetrack than we saw this morning. It's a lot shiftier, a lot gustier out there, but Georgia Lewin-Lafrance and her sister are doing a fantastic job at the moment. This will help them out overall, potentially taking the Canadians up to roughly 8th place as it sits at the moment, and that's I'm sure very important points for them in their Olympic trials, whatever they might well be as well on board the Canadians. So tight race here, and the leaders have ended up going towards the right, but it's definitely a more open racetrack this time, Andy.
Yes, it is. And so it really is pretty hard to know which way it's going to go next. But the Canadians have read it really well, as have the Germans. Hoffmann and Bartelheimer are also vying for the lead in this race. And bear in mind that it's quite surprising that Germany, being the silver medal winners in the 49erFX at Tokyo 2020, the last games, and also the bronze medal winners in 49er men, currently Germany hasn't qualified a national spot to actually be at Paris 2024. So there are no spots available here for nations, but Hoffmann and Bartelheimer and the rest of the German team will be fighting very hard at the last chance regatta in the south of France at Semaine Olympique Française. That's at the end of April. That is the last opportunity for countries like Germany yet to grab the spot. And it's quite surprising when you look at this team, Hoffmann and Bartelheimer vying for the lead in a 49erFX World Championship race, and they don't yet know if Germany's going to have a place at the Games. Meanwhile, I can see Brazil in the far distance. Brazil, they seem to have fallen off a little bit. I mean, they were battling really well with Italy, but Stevie, it looks like the bronze medal is more likely to go to Italy right now, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. The Australians have just slammed attack right on top of the Brazilians. It's whoever beats whoever between those two to finish ahead of each other. But yes, they need to have a couple of boats between them and the Italians. At the moment, the Italians are a couple of boats ahead. So right now, there's the podium's pretty well defined. Centre of our screen, you can just see the Germans coming back up and tacking on top of the Canadian. That's the battle for first and second in this race. And I'm sure that they'll be involved in Olympic trials as well. So no doubt every point counts for this Canadian team. How far up into the top 10 can they work themselves? Currently sat in 8th place, sitting in second in this race. But yeah, right-hand side of our screen, the Dutch well in control of the Swedish. They've stuck around like them, hung around like a bad smell right on top of them, basically. But for Germani and Bertuzzi, well, it's looking pretty good at the moment because the Australians and the Brazilians are in a private tacking match race just on the right-hand side of our screen there. Brazil tack, Australia tack. Classic match race, and that's effectively a battle for 4th and 5th. But again, what does that mean to the Australians' system?
Meanwhile, out on the race course, close to that windward mark, we have Noora. What do you see, Noora?
Hey, I see the Germans come to the top mark, followed by the Canadians. They've been doing such a good job keeping that lead and those Olympic medalists and world champions behind them. They made a perfect analysis on what the ley line is. It's really soft here, but I see there's a gust coming in just now, perfect for their hoist. So let's see if they're doing a jibe set or a normal. Yeah, they're going to jibe set. It seems like if there is a gust, it's worth to do a jibe set. That was actually a really nice nice set, and followed by with Canadians coming just behind them. I believe they're going to do the same. Yeah, they're probably just going to be battling off, and after that we have the Netherlands, and I think they might do something different maybe, or just keep and hold the Swedish behind them. Let's see.
Noora, thank you very much. And around go the Dutch. They've got one more run down to the finish, and then as things stand, the World Championship is going to go back to Van Aanholt and Duits. They lost it last year to this boat, to Sweden, Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler, and the last two World Championships have been a battle between these two. So it was the Dutch that came out on top in 2022, it was the Swedes that came out on top in 2023, but it looks like the pendulum is swinging back to the Netherlands in this battle between the two training partners who must know each other so well. Stevie, when you're training partners, do you share everything? Do these guys know everything about each other's campaigns?
I think you would tend to have very specific rules that you set up your training environment around, and some training groups, with the training group we work with, we had a very open environment, and other training groups you just would have an environment where you respected the fact you'd turn up on time at the place you did, and you'd agree on the exercises you were going to do to push each other. I wouldn't be at all surprised if the Swedish and the Dutch had more of a training plan much like that. Because they're both at the very top, and just by getting a chance to train with each other, then that would be a really good opportunity. But yeah, just purely depends on the group you're with and the parameters you set out as to how open you want to be or don't want to be. But really, if your training group is number 1 and 2 in the world, that's a pretty good training group. Certainly remember back in our day, there was once a training group of Chris Draper, his crew Simon Hiscox, Iker Martinez, Xavi Fernandez, and the Cibello brothers, and that was pretty much the Harlem Globetrotters of the 49er sailing at that time. It was this unbelievable training group, but that can have its pros and cons, I'm sure. And the training group we were with, we were able to work on things and go pretty well as well. But yeah, slightly of a less high profile nature.
Meanwhile, here are our Dutch wearing the yellow jerseys, just a few minutes away from claiming that World Championship. What an absolutely stunning week they've sailed this week. They've barely put a foot wrong. I would say that they are the best all-round package in 49er FX racing right now. And if they win this World Championship, then that means that Adele van Aanholt, the helm, has won 3 out of the last 4 world titles. She sailed with Elise Reuter, another crew, to win her first world title in Oman back in 2021. Then she teamed up with Annette Duits, who had already won a couple of world titles with... oh, sorry, I can't remember now. I've got a sudden blank as to who her helm was. Is Annemiek Bess, I think, was it? No. Oh, sorry, yeah. I'm forgetting. But really good sailing by Annette Duits throughout her career. First won the Worlds in 2018 and is just about to win her 4th world title, which will make, in terms of World Championship wins, Annette Duits the standout all-time greatest 49er FX sailor. But of course, the Brazilians, having won 2 Olympic titles, also have some claim to that title. Brazil still in that battle for the bronze further back, but it looks increasingly like the bronze medal is going to go the way of the Italians, Germani and Bertuzzi. And the silver looks like it's going to go the way of Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler. But Germany take the win in the medal race, so congratulations to Inga Marie Hoffmann, Katharine Bartelheimer winning the race. Also to the Canadian sisters Georgia and Antonia Lewin-LaFrance taking second across the line, but about to cross the line to take the 2024 world title in the 49er FX. It's a big hug between Adele van Aanholt and Annette Duits, winning the World Championship. Annette Duits is 4th, Adele van Aanholt is 3rd, and it's the world title back to them after a year missing out to Sweden, and it's Sweden who will take the silver medal this time. Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler coming across the line now, and it looks like that bronze medal is going the way of Italy. So congratulations to them. And Stevie, it's been an absolutely amazing week of sailing, as we've come to expect from these two.
They, like you said, they barely put a foot wrong. I mean, the first two races yesterday, the Swedish girls just looked so well set up, so in tune with the conditions, and you felt if there was any blink or any flicker of weakness from these Dutch ladies that was going to be absolutely capitalized on. But actually, it was the Dutch that managed to tighten the screws, as it were, on those Swedish girls and wind the pressure onto them in the third race yesterday. It made the Swedes push right to the limit, and then just that little bit beyond the limit forced the mistake, and that's just what they've done. They've just not made mistakes. They've kept driving things forward. They've kept pushing hard, and they've basically said to them, everyone else out there, you've got to raise the bar so hard, go beyond your limits, and then you'll start making mistakes, and that's what they've done. So hats off to them. Absolutely fantastic performance. They're buzzing. Why wouldn't they be?
They're always buzzing. I mean, those two are just full of the joys of spring every season of the year, aren't they? They are absolute joy to be around with in the boat park. And even when they've had a bad day, you'd hardly know it, but this is an absolutely great day for them. And even though they've won this world title a few times in the past, that's a feeling that never gets old. And thank you to friends who have written in. I got my Annemiek's mixed up, and I'm so sorry to Annemiek Beckering. It was Annemiek Beckering who won those world titles with Annette Dutz and also won the bronze medal together in Tokyo 2020. I was mixing up my Beckerings with my Besses, and Annemiek Bess, a former Olympic medalist as well and a great offshore sailor for the Netherlands. And there is Italy 20, also plenty to celebrate for Germani and Bertuzzi. They went into this race in third place. They were briefly threatened by the reigning Olympic champions Martine Grael and Kayena Kunz, and also well done to Laura Harding and Annie Wilmot for Australia for also being in that battle for bronze. But in the end, third step on the podium goes to Italy. So congratulations to them and to our Swedish silver medalists, Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler. I think they will be a little bit disappointed in the moment, but I think on reflection, they will also be extremely happy with their week. So we have Noora on the water. Noora, do we have an interview?
Yes, we do. Hey, welcome to the water. Congratulations, Adil and Annette, for the World Championships. This is incredible.
Thank you.
I saw it just like tears of laughter. Just how are you feeling, and what do you want to say to the live feed?
Yeah, thanks so much everyone for watching. It was an amazing week and we're just really happy, and it feels like a comeback after last year, and we're super proud of this week of sailing, and we cannot wait for the Olympics.
It was such a great medal race to finish it off. It was like really beautiful conditions, and I don't know, we had a bit of a difficult morning, and then it felt so good this afternoon. Good boat speeds, feeling in control with most of the shifts in like as far as you can do right here, because it's pretty crazy, but very happy to feel like that.
Yeah, how does it feel? What does this mean to you? This is the Olympic year and you just won the world on the Olympic year. Like, yeah.
I think we're just really happy. We've had a great winter training period, and we have so many great training partners and a whole squad of cool people, and it's great to do it together, and it just shows we're world champion. No one can take it away from us anymore. So yeah, just super grateful and happy.
Oh, I'm so happy for you. Hey, congratulations one more time.
Thank you.
Noora, thank you very much. What a lovely interview. And there you see, they're just two fantastic ambassadors for the sport. And Stevie, even you're a nice bloke. I mean, we have a lot of nice people in this sport. And I would say that, wouldn't I? Because this is my sport. But what I hear from other journalists who get across all the sports, write for national newspapers, that when they come into the world of sailing, they are always pleasantly surprised by just what a friendly bunch the sailors are, and the Dutch, they're genuinely really nice girls, and I'm very happy for them.
I think they've sailed a fantastic regatta, and you know they made some clutch clutch decisions when they needed to, none less than at the start there, where they sort of played that slight rope-a-dope tactic on the Swedes, didn't lure them into battle, and then made a dynamic move at the end. But yeah, great characters for our sport. All these ladies are absolutely raising the bar on the sailing of these boats and the level that we're seeing out there, and it's it's nothing but the sport should be proud of, and all these ladies should be proud of, because the ability they're showing in the boats is fantastic. The standard of the racing is next level, and we can't look forward to showcasing that when we get to Paris Olympics in the summer. I think it should be a brilliant showcase of our event. Ladies like this putting on a real show. Why are we all so nice? Not sure, Ricey. Maybe that's because we're out there on the water. We've got beautiful scenes like this to be doing our day job. It strikes me as a lot more motivating to pull my wetsuit on and go out and race a boat around a racetrack like this in sunny conditions than pull on a pair of Speedos and look at a black lane in the bottom of a pool. Probably going to make you a bit angrier, I don't know.
Well, Rebecca Netzler had her Speedos on yesterday doing that catch-up of that capsized Swedish boat. That was one of the big moments of this week, and that was a moment where the world title started to slip away from these Swedes, who sailed an amazing regatta last year in The Hague and still sailed phenomenally well this week. And I thought maybe this was another week here in mostly windy Lanzarote where the Swedes would be uncatchable, because in a straight line they are pretty hard to hold back for raw boat speed. But the Dutch, they sail very well across the range. They sail super smart. They don't seem to have many weaknesses, and they have to be the favourites for the Olympic title this summer in Marseille, I would say. 3 out of the last 4 world titles have gone to the Netherlands, and so it's going to be fascinating. But there's so many others that we can't count out, with all the strange pressures that you have at Olympic Games. And the only girls that have ever won an Olympic gold medal in the 49er FX are Martine Grael and Kajana Kunz. They've won both of those medals so far. And will they be able to win another? Well, not if our new world champions have a say in it. Van Aanholt and Doets, the absolute standout performers this week, followed by the silver medalists Bobek and Netzler. And in that battle for the bronze, Germani and Bertuzzi from Italy managed to fend off the attention of Australia and Brazil to see that medal go in their direction. And Grael and Kunz, I understand, ended up in 4th place, I think. So just out. So we'll update you in a moment. We're still getting the final scores updated. But we talked about some of the minor battles there and the fact that there are selections going on. And there's a big German squad here, but there was only one German boat that made it into the medal race. That's Hoffmann and Bartelheimer winning the medal race and putting themselves in pole position for getting that German selection. And then, of course, they just have to make sure that they get the spot for the nation at the end of April in the south of France. So there we have our overall standings. We know who those world champions are. There's our Swedish silver medalists, Italian bronze medalists, the reigning Olympic champions just missing out. They're in 4th place, and the Australians, well, they've had an amazing week to finish 5th, Laura Harding and Annie Wilmot. The Spanish former double world champions, Echegoyen and Barcelo in 6th. Hoffmann and Bartelheimer, they're up to 7th, thanks to that medal race win. Lewin LaFrance, also the sisters do a climb from 10th to 8th for finishing 2nd in that medal race. Meinhardt and Gertz, and then Poland, Alexandra Melsaka and Sandra Jankowiak dropping from 8th down to 10th, but still well done to all 10 medal race contenders. We've got just under 5 minutes to the start of the 49er men's race. We'll have a quick break and we will be coming back to you very shortly for the men's action.
Running through the last of my thoughts, standing on the edge of my time. Everything I know will be gone in a minute, and that's alright, alright, 'cause I'm free, freer than I've ever been before.
We're minutes away from the start of the very last race of these World Championships. Just under 2 minutes to the start of the medal race for the 49er Men's World Championship. Now, if you were following earlier this morning, you will know that we already know who our new world champions are. That's Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin from France. And in the more than 25-year history of this 49er World Championship, that's the first time France has ever taken the gold medal, and so well deserved. And as you've been saying many times, Stevie, possibly one of the all-time standout performances by Fischer and Piquin. Just an absolutely dominant way to win a world championship.
Yeah, I think they've put in a fantastic display. And just to clarify, they do need to start this race, Andy. So if they don't start the race, they don't get the medal. But presuming they manage to get their boat across the start line, which would be a surprise if they didn't, then yes, it will put the curtain down on what's been an amazing week. And I think they'll be looking to round it off with another win. I mean, what's that? Well, maths aren't quite up to that, but 47 points, I think that is the lead they've got at the moment. I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous. If they could kind of take a win in this race and get it up to somewhere near 50, that would be unreal. But we see the crews now lining up for the start here. There's not too long to go on this race here before we get into the start, as we see the boats already really lined up. And of course, it's all about that battle for the bronze, really, or the silver and bronze is really tight. The Dutch, the Spanish and the young British team. Who's going to pull it out the bag when we need to here? It's going to be an interesting one to watch as the boats are all lined up, tightly positioned now. We can see GBR 12 middle of picture. Where's the Dutch team? Who's going to look to come out on port? There's going to definitely be some port tack starters, I would have thought here. A little bit more port bias on the line, but there's plenty of boats hovering around, looking like they want to come out on port as they start to line up. Wind it up for the start line here. Here we go. Here's the acceleration phase. Polish are coming in late. France 51, good start. The Swiss get the committee boat end of the line if they can sneak round it. And GBR 12, well, they lead off the pin. So decisive call there by Grummet and Hawes. They've got a great start on that British boat. You see the Netherlands in the background. They're out on port tack. The French world champions, they're out on there. France 16, they come out on port tack as well. So Grummet and Hawes, they head off to the left-hand side of the course. Botin, well, he's got a bad lane at the top of the screen on the Spanish boat. It's going to be hard for him from there. And for the Dutch world champions of last year, they've got a lane heading towards the right, but right now it's back over to the wind gods. Is it going to pay left or is it going to pay right? If it pays to the left, this young British team could really put the pressure on the three-time Dutch world champions.
Well, it certainly paid to the left in the race that we saw just now, with Canada and Germany profiting from a really good start, very similar to what we saw with the British men just then. So if the pattern stayed the same, then certainly Grummet and Hawes would be in a good position where they are over on the left right now. But that is the whole fleet sailing out to the right-hand side. And as you said, Stevie, it's down to the wind gods. Which way is the breeze going to shift? We've got this three-way battle for silver and bronze between the reigning world champions Bart Lambriex, Floris van der Werken, the British James Grummet, Ros Hawes, and the Spanish Diego Botin and Florian Trittel. And the surprise package in amongst those three is really Grummet and Hawes from Great Britain. Only teamed up 3 months ago just to see how they would go. And, well, they've already shown a bit of form in some of the minor training regattas, but I think this is taking the 49er world by surprise to find them in a battle for the silver medal at a world championship.
Definitely quite an impressive performance early on like this, Andy, isn't it? And look at this drone footage over the top here. Maverick's got himself up pretty high for us right now. Having a look down, we can see the umpire boats following close behind and a really straight line there. There's not too much going on the gain line. No one boat really jumped out ahead. The Dutch there, Lambriex and de Werken, well, they've dropped the hammer a little bit. They seem to have some pretty good pace. They're holding a nice lane out to the right, and I think it was slightly rotated left at the start, so that should favour those boats that were early out on port tack. It's going to make it a hard race across here for Grummet and Hawes on the right-hand side of our screen, as we see there. World champions, Erwan, Fischer, Piquin, they're the first to tack away from that right-hand side. They look like they're on a pretty nice angle, and if they come across well ahead of the boats on the left, then it's going to be good news for Netherlands, good news for Spain in the battle for the medals.
Looking very good for Switzerland at the front, vying for the front of this race with the Dutch. And a little bit difficult for Grummet and Hawes right now in these early stages. And just to remind you, we're really pleased to get so much great feedback from people that are enjoying watching this live stream. And thank you to our latest contributor, to Jill. So a big shout out to Jill for making a contribution to the funds to be able to do this live stream at the European Championships in the south of France in May. Please go to 49er.org/gift if you would like to do the same as Jill. Here's the replay and a great start on port by Switzerland. A bit of a duck for Poland 64 behind France 51 and a slightly back Spain, Botin and Trittel, a little bit conservative. Really good start for Netherlands 1 coming out on port tack.
Yeah, good positive decision, Andy. And we can see left-hand side of our screen. That's the Dutch well up towards that starboard ley line. They've done a fantastic job there. The Spanish towards the right-hand side. There's a little bit of gap. Definitely looks like they've made the early moves. Hawes and Grummet are out the back at the moment, so they're struggling to get back in on that battle for the bronze medal, but there's a lot of race left here. No real problem. Once again, the right-hand side's definitely overall been strongest, but I think a little bit based on the wind shift. It was a good left shift at the start, and these Dutch team really attacked it. Aggressive decision-making. They're in a tight battle with the Poles here in terms of the race towards this first mark, but if the Dutch have picked the ley line, then they will lead around the top mark, and of course that would put them in the box seat to get a silver medal, no doubt about that. So nice work by the Dutch here, really stretching out when the pressure's on.
So it seemed unthinkable that the silver could go any other way than to Lambriex and van der Werken until a poor race this morning. I think it was 17th that they finished this morning in the Gold Fleet race, and that really put them on the back foot and has left open the door for Great Britain and Spain to attack for that silver medal. But at the moment, Lambriex and van der Werken making amends, sailing really well somewhere near the front of this fleet. Now, I understand we can go to Noora out there on the racetrack. I think she's up near the windward mark. Noora, what do you see?
Yeah, hey, welcome back. It really looks like the wind is coming from the right side of the volcano, and when it comes over the land, it accelerates. And you can see that here with the boys that you have to be more on the right side approaching. When you come to the ley line here, it seems better to just be further up on the coast, or more on the right, and maybe overlay the ley line a bit. We can see the Dutch are just below there. They could not make it. Everyone got a left shift. So it's really tricky to tell where the ley line is, and that's why they're going to be doing a few tacks before they get up here to the mark.
Noora, thank you very much for that. So there is still breeze going both ways, Stevie. It's not just a right-hand racetrack, not quite as straightforward as that. It's sort of being, what would you say, the percentage play, 70% go right, 30% go left?
Yeah, I think there's been some wind shifts to be had in it. I never think it's been too bad to get towards the right-hand side once you get towards the top, but we can see right now there's a big left shift come in. The Dutch were leading those first few boats out of the right, so they've enjoyed that right shift. That's given them advantage, but it's brought the Swiss right back into play in this race. The Dutch should have room to sneak in here, and if it is left shifted, then we shouldn't be surprised to see a straight set from these leading boats. Back round there, we can see Botin and Trittel. They're up to fourth in this race, so they're not going away from the Dutch team, but they do need to get some boats behind, in between themselves and the Dutch. So work to do for Diego and his crew. And there you go, right on cue. Absolutely opposite to what I said. The Dutch choose to jibe set under the fleet. There's not a lot of wind there, and I'm surprised at that call, to be perfectly honest. I'm sure they've seen something that I don't, but big call, big call. I'm surprised at that.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to take some early pain to make that jibe set work, because the Polish and Swiss teams seem to be well up to speed straight away on the straight set. So let's see if there is something that the Dutch have spotted that the rest of us haven't. But it still doesn't look great for the Netherlands. Yeah, I just wonder where the payback is going to come.
I guess it'll hopefully be a long-term play. And as you say, they can see something. We're watching the same screen as the viewers at home, so not got a lot of expert information other than that. The facts I was taking that off was I felt it was left shifted at the top. and at least you'd have been sailing, they're sailing the long tack away here on the Polish boat. Anyway, big call, but you don't win 3 World Championships without making some correct big calls in your time. So we'll see how they come back together with the fleet later on, but perhaps the door's just been opened a little bit for Diego Botin, Florian Trittel on the blue spinnaker there to make a move and be able to push on up. They just need a couple of places between themselves and the Dutch. So there's work to be done on all accounts. But right now, big split in the fleet. And there's only one boat in the fleet that thinks it was a jibe set. And that was our 3 times world champions, the Dutch.
And when you're already in silver medal position and you're in with the ability to defend, I'm sort of quite surprised that you do the jibe away, because the expectation is that probably everybody else will generally do the straight set. Or they could have waited to see if the Spanish had done the jibe set and they could have matched that with them. I don't know. It does seem a bit strange that they've allowed the split to develop, and this does open the door for Spain to get back at the Dutch and maybe take that silver medal away from them.
I think definitely the first few 100 metres they would have had a loss. That doesn't mean they won't then turn that into more of a gain further down the run. But yeah, it was an aggressive move. It was certainly punchy. I suppose that right now it doesn't look like a bad call. They're absolutely flat chat. They're sailing back in that left shift. So it looks like it's worked out not too bad for them at the moment. But surely underneath the fleet, they were making a little bit of a loss and they were being very aggressive. So it was a surprising move. It wasn't a percentage move, but if it's the right move, and it looks like it might well have been, then they obviously did see breeze that side, and being brave, well, like I say, you don't win 3 world titles without making some punchy and correct calls.
Yeah, and that last shot that we saw of the Dutch, it did look like it was working out quite nicely, but then when I see it from this perspective, it looks all right for Poland and Switzerland as well. So the moment of truth is coming up fairly soon as we get down to the bottom gates, and we'll see if Poland has managed to overtake the Dutch. And so it's the moment of truth coming fairly soon. And it's going to be close.
There's not a lot in it right of the way with the Dutch here, Ricey, but potentially able to jibe inside will be the pole. So I could certainly make a case to say, bit of a mistake there by the Dutch, falling in the water. He just caught himself there. Slight mistake, but that won't be disastrous for the Dutch team. They're back up and running. Both crew members stayed on board there. Bart just caught in the water at the back of the boat. Looked like a small gain to the poles, but for such an aggressive move, there's not an awful lot changed in that. As at the bottom of the course, they round at identical times. The Dutch, what a recovery by the 3 times. And currently defending world champions as they head upwind here. What a moment back round there. Diego Botin, he's going to have to go around the outside of the Polish boat there. So another place between him and the Dutch. The Spanish need to get moving back through the fleet if they're going to have any hope of the silver medal. But at the moment, gold, silver and bronze seem fairly secure unless Gromit and Hawes can pull a rabbit out of a hat from the back of the pack.
Yeah, and that's not Gromit and Hawes we're looking at there coming to the bottom mark at the moment. That's the other British boat, James Peters and Finn Sterrett, GBR 30, just about to go round the mark. I think with the black kite, this is Gromit and Hawes coming towards us now, so they've still got a lot of catching up to do. Meanwhile, Spain, pretty nasty rounding for Botin and Trittel. They now tack away and they're back on to port tack, heading back towards the volcanoes of Lanzarote, and it looks like they're pretty well powered up. Here are Gromit and Hawes currently lying in 4th overall as things stand, and it will probably stay that way unless the British can, as you say, Stevie, pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Yeah, and I'm not sure on a racetrack like this there's going to be too many magic tricks out there, because the whole fleet seems to be heading towards the right again. We can see decent breeze coming down off that Lanzarote shoreline, and despite the fact it is definitely shifty, overall it's not been bad heading towards the right-hand side there. And even on what we thought was a very aggressive play by the Dutch, jibing underneath the fleet, they had very little wind at the top of that last downwind leg. They still came out basically neck and neck with the poles. There was still really nothing in it, even when it didn't look obvious to go that way. Right now, it perhaps looks a little bit more obvious to sail towards that good breeze on that side of the course. So yeah, for the Polish team, they're looking pretty good at the moment, stretching out in front. Stanila and Storch there, they're up to 1st and they're in good place. That would put them up to 5th overall, and perhaps really importantly just ahead of their Polish rivals, as we imagine there must be a trial situation taking place there as well.
Yeah, that's what we understand. So another one of those battles within the overall battle. Staniel and Storch with the upper hand over Cibatek and Piasecki. And this, I believe, is not the end of the Polish trials either. There's going to be other events, I think. So it's not just a matter of who beats who. And I think there's an element of subjectivity there as well. But certainly Staniel and Storch doing themselves no harm at all. That's Poland 7. That's Cibatek and Piasecki we're looking at. And this is the Dutch team. Lambriex and van der Werken, winners of the last 3 World Championships, where they're not going to win the Worlds this time round, but they are certainly fighting as hard as they can to make sure the worst they finish is in silver medal position. And they're in a good controlling position with Botin and Trittel down to leeward of them. Those are their closest rivals for the bronze. But increasingly, it looks like the silver is going to go towards the Netherlands, and Spain will be getting the bronze medal out of this medal race right now.
Yeah, and it's worth bearing in mind here that Botin and Trittel need at least 2 boats between them. So they need to get ahead of the Dutch and then put 2 boats between themselves and the Dutch to hope to beat them. Here we go. Dutch slam the tack straight on top of the Spanish. They're now very much focused on that race for the medal here. So we'll expect attack from the Spanish fairly soon, I imagine, as they're going to start to suffer in behind the Dutch boat. And when they go, don't be at all surprised to see the Dutch go back up with them towards the ley line. As soon as the Dutch can get the Spanish boat on that starboard ley line and tack in front of them there, that will basically be the medal in the bag as far as they're concerned. But yeah, good positioning by the Dutch here at the moment. The Polish team look well set, and it'll be interesting to see how all these crews are lined up on the ley line here, because it's definitely looking like a decent right shift at the minute, and they're all starting to sail back up towards Noora at the top of the course. They'll have a much better insight on things from that water position.
Botin and Trittel deciding the least worst option is to follow the Dutch in their wake. There's just too much wash from the other boats and too far to get clear air if you tack out again with Poland and Switzerland already up there, so up on the ley line. And yeah, we'll have to see if the Dutch and the Spanish can get anywhere close to the ley line, but it doesn't look like it. In fact, it could only be, I think maybe all of these boats might have to put 1 more tack in or 2 more tacks in to get round the windward mark. Possibly Poland already up on the ley line.
Yeah, Poland look well positioned up there, Andy, don't they? And we can see our world champions just at the bottom of the screen there. The French, they're never too far away from the front of the fleet, that's for sure. But for right now, for Lambriex and de Werken, they're very well positioned in this silver medal race. They made a great start, positive decision at the start, and they were just ahead out of the blocks against the Spanish crew. Spanish coming across towards this left-hand side to make sure they shut down Grummet and Hawes, but Grummet and Hawes have got work to do, really, as we see our new world champions, the French 16 there, moving across in the background, setting themselves up on that starboard ley line, no doubt. And we're close to the top of the course here. So 1 or 2 more decisions left for these crews. Will they choose to jibe set again? What will happen? The fleet's a little bit more spread out this time, so it'll be interesting to see what decisions they make as the Swiss tack right in front of their Dutch rivals there, but the Dutch are going to steamroller over the top. Not quite the perfect execution by Schneider in front of the Dutch boat there.
No, that's made life rather easy for the Dutch there. That was a poorly executed tack by the Swiss, and it's put them in a compromising position. So this should give the Dutch the opportunity to move up to second place. Meanwhile, Poland, unaffected by what's going on behind them, are going really nicely down this first run. They've already hoisted the kite. Not going super fast at the moment, so there's not a lot of breeze up the top. Noora, what are you seeing from your perspective?
Again, it's really tricky to tell where the top mark is or where the ley line is. So you can see they did multiple tacks. Then you can see also the Dutch are continuing with the Swiss, going down. Yeah, they the normal hoist, the Polish. There's wind coming from the top mark, so I think that's going to be a benefit for someone coming back of the fleet.
Thank you, Noora. Our new world champions just going round the mark. It looks like France 16 about to do the jibe set that the Dutch did the previous time round. And what is Grummet and Hawes going to do? They're going to do the same, and they might as well. They've got to throw everything at it now if they're going to get back onto the podium. And here back up the front, it's Staniel and Storch from Poland. who are finishing their World Championship in the best way possible. And as things stand, this would put them in 5th place. It would move them ahead of Schneider and De Planta. So Poland 64 potentially up to 5th place, thanks to leading this medal race right now.
Done a great job after Mark 1, haven't they, Andy, on that Polish boat? They too made a really good start, snuck out of the committee boat end of the line, and then they took that straight set to just sneak round the round the Dutch on the first downwind leg, and they've done a really nice job. But it feels now like all the crews are happy with this straight set. They're taking that long jibe down here, so the course really for the Polish has simplified a bit. If everyone follows you, it's an awful lot easier to do, and I suppose that's what the Dutch would have found so hard. They obviously felt the jibe set last time round was the cool, but when no one follows you, it's suddenly, eek, we've got a bit of a moment on here. And anyway, an experienced Polish team there, 75 months sailing together. I'll let you work out how many years that is, Ricey. It's not as many as you've been alive anyway. But it's a great jibe by the Polish boat. They're well lined up there now. Good crew work, brilliant. Again, this drone footage has just been so cool to watch. Certainly there'll be plenty of young 49er sailors keen for the director to stay up above the Dutch broke to watch how your world champion jibes the boat, but unfortunately a bit of a glitch for us there as we come back with the Polish leaders working hard down this swell, trying to get the most out of the boat. Just there to the right of them, that's the committee boat, that's the finish line where all these crews are heading towards now. And not a long way to go here in this 2024 49er World Championship, but what a week it's been.
Yeah, what a week it's been. 6 days of fantastic competition on some of the best conditions and some of the most exciting race course you could imagine, particularly with the huge swell that we've seen on previous days. Mikołaj Staniol, Jakub Storch leading this race and doing it with great style. And there we see the reigning world champions from the last 3 years. Well, they've given away their world title, this time to Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin, but Lambriex and Floris van der Werken stemming the damage. They were looking like the silver might even get taken away from them by either Spain or Great Britain, but increasingly it looks like silver going towards Lambriex and Floris van der Werken, whilst Mikołaj Staniol and Jakub Storch started 7th in today, and they are now going to be up to 5th place overall, thanks to winning the medal race. So congratulations to them, and they've still got a Polish selection to get through. So could it be them representing Poland at the Olympic Games? It's a little bit too early to say, but doing themselves certainly a lot of favours by winning the last race of these World Championships. And soon to come across the line, it's going to be Lambriex and van der Werken. That brief slip up where it looked like Bart Lambriex might have almost fallen overboard on the previous downwind run to the leeward gate, but they managed to survive that. They managed to survive the threat from Great Britain and Spain, and they get the silver medal. Across the line comes last year's runners-up from Switzerland, Schneider and De Planta. Here come our bronze medalists for this time round, Diego Botin and Florian Trittel, getting the bronze. They got the silver medal 2 years ago, so they're always close to the podium or on the podium. And just sneaking in, Poland 7 ahead of our new world champions. That is Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin. We already know that they won, but now it is absolutely assured they finished the medal race, and one of the greatest ever world title victories, an absolutely dominant performance by them. And then James Grummett and Ros Hors coming across the line. Okay, they slipped from 3rd going down to 4th, but an incredible debut for this team that have never sailed a world championship before. And in fact, James Grummett never even been in the top 25 of a gold fleet. So to experience that for the first time and end up 4th in a world championship, absolutely phenomenal performance. Stevie, it's been a fantastic week of sailing and a lot to look forward to this season. Many more championships, including the Europeans in the south of France and, of course, the Paris 2024 Games. Who would you say is going to be favourite going into those games for the 49er men?
Whoa, that's a really hard question. I think our 3 medalists here, Fischer, Piquin, Lambriex de Werken and Botin and Trittel, you put them in the mix as the medal favourites. I mean, I know that's maybe an obvious thing to say, but they have looked very classy at this event. I'm probably going to slightly hedge towards the Dutch. because I think the weight of expectation on Fischer and Piquin in a home Olympics coming in as world champions, that's an awful lot of pressure to carry. But if they sail anything like they've sailed here, then, you know, they've got every opportunity. And I think this footage has been absolutely incredible as we see the Polish lads there. What a brilliant medal race they put together. They sailed around fantastically. But yeah, the footage we've had here, I see, if we do want to generate some money, we should probably try and sell that to some of the coaches, because some of the onboards we saw of the Dutch, of the French technique through the jibes and in a straight line, it was really like a learning opportunity for everyone out there. So it's been brilliant to be able to be on board and see how well they're sailing the boat. To watch Van Werken on that downwind there, his movement fore and aft, subtle bends of the knees, beautiful technique, but of course not enough to catch up with this French crew, and they've really raised the bar. So I'm definitely going to go with the Dutch as favourites.
I tend to agree with you that, and we are going to go to an interview with the Dutch, I believe. I think Noora's with them, and Noora, I'd love to hear what that near miss was. It looked like we were going to lose Bart overboard, but I'd like to hear about that, and also the relief they must feel for getting that silver medal.
3 seconds. Yes, so welcome. We're here with the Dutch that just got, well, second at the Worlds, right? How are you feeling?
Yeah. A little bit mixed emotions, of course. We had a bit of a mixed week. Very happy now with our medal race, and to come out on second. It was the best possible for now, so very happy with that. Yeah, the French had an amazing week, so I wanted sailing by them, and they didn't leave any points out there. So yeah, they were just a lot better this week, so they deserve to win for sure.
Yeah, I mean, of course you wanted to defend it, and we wanted to see you there, but they sailed real good. Floris, how are you feeling? What are your emotions? How are you going right now?
Yeah, quite similar to Bart. We had a pretty hard week. A lot of ups and downs. It was a real roller coaster, and yeah, also from my side, like massive congrats to the French. They sailed an amazing week, and they're super nice guys, and yeah, they did deserve the world title this week. So well done to them.
Talk us through what happened. We saw you almost fell overboard in that around that watermark rounding or close to it. What did that happen?
Yeah, we did a kind of a Swedish signature move, but yeah, Bart fell out on the back, and yeah, something happened. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. We were waving the Polish through on port, and I don't know. I suddenly hit the water. I don't know exactly what happened there, but yeah.
Well, you.
Luckily, I stayed connected to the boat, and it was all fine. So yeah.
Not like the Swedes that. It was good. You did a good comeback from that. Well, hey, congratulations anyway. I know it's hard now, but it will slowly come back to you.
It's fine. We'll take some lessons from the week, and we can be happy with the second place for now.
Definitely.
Noora, thank you very much, Noora, and good to get the insights from Lambriex and Van der Werken. Not entirely happy with their week, but as Noora said, they will probably come to terms with it quite quickly. And there are also always lessons to be learned. And I wonder, Stevie, was it a mistake for Bart Lambriex to cut his hair? Because this is the first World Championship he's done without his long lion's mane of hair. Is the shorter hair, it might be more aerodynamic, but like Samson and Delilah, has something changed? Is something missing?
Yeah, I mean, certainly didn't go too well for Samson, but no, I'm not sure he'll be regretting the haircut too much. But I guess only he will know that truly. But yeah, we come back to the start, and I think they described it quite well. They did make some mistakes. I mean, I thought when we got to the end of the qualifying and they got a 20th, that was a mistake. I thought that was a bit of an error. You see them there; they made a great start. The pressure was on, and they executed. And they've shown us all week how good they are when they dug out a 17th. And they turned it into a sort of third or fourth yesterday, something I can't remember exactly, but absolutely sailed their way through the pack yesterday, which again kept them in the hunt. So they've been scrapping a little bit all week, and I think they'll probably go back to the drawing board and have a little bit of look at their starting. From what I've heard, they're normally very strong off the start, and they've perhaps not started as well as they might. We see there, that was the moment they're talking about. They tried to slow down a little bit to let the poles across in front. Surprised they would have wanted the poles to go in front, to be honest, as the right-hand side had been paying so much. But that was clearly the mark they wanted to take. They were happy with it, and they just dragged in the water. But it's another slight mistake, maybe not quite on it. And no, I'm not entirely sure that's haircut based. I think they'll just have a few things to go and look at when they get away from here.
No, I'm sure you're right, Stevie, and I tend to agree with you. I think the sheer consistency of this Dutch team through this Olympic cycle, ever since teaming up for the Oman Worlds in 2021, when they're a fairly new pairing and they won those first Worlds together, some people wondered if that was a bit of a fluke, a bit of a soft Worlds straight after Olympic Games, some people missing. Doesn't matter who's fronted up. No one has been able to beat them until this week, until Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin become the new 49er World Champions 2024. First time ever for France, and that's got to be a great feather in their cap for getting French selection, yet to be determined, but also yet to prove that they can keep on doing that time and time again. And I think that's what Netherlands won, the boat that we're looking at now, do so well. They're so consistent, and even when they've had a bad week, it's actually a pretty good week by anybody else's standards. So there are our gold medalists, Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin, our silver medalists, Bart Lambriex and Floris van der Werken, and our bronze medalists, Diego Botin and Florian Trittel. And Diego Botin, fourth at the last Olympic Games, narrowly missing out on medals. Well, he's working really hard with Florian Trittel to right the wrongs of Tokyo and to prove that Spain can go 1, 2 or maybe even 3 better at the Games this year. They will still be fighting. They'll be very much fighting for the gold medal against the Dutch, the French and many other nations at the Olympic Games coming up this summer. So there we have it. We've had a really solid 6 days of racing. We've pretty much completed everything on schedule. We've only missed one race from the qualifying for the 49erFX, but this is such a reliable place for breeze and for solid conditions. You can see out there, Stevie, it's an amazing racetrack, isn't it? And not far from Fuerteventura, where the kites are doing a lot of training, and you do a bit of coaching with the kites, so you probably know this area very well already, I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's been a superb place to sail. I was here before the Tokyo Olympics a lot. This was kind of our destination when the world went crazy with COVID. This was the place we managed to come and train, and that's, I think, where the 49ers found a bit of a foothold here in the Marina Rubicon, and it is a brilliant venue. It gives great sunny conditions a lot of the time, often very good wind. I've spent this winter a little bit more on Fuerteventura with the kites, as you say, which is another new game. So yeah, no, looking forward to it. And of course, there's even some fairly good pirate ships that you like to climb up and down out here, I think, Ricey. Is that not right?
Yes, so there are. Yeah, you didn't have to draw attention to that. Meanwhile, let's go to Noora, and she has got the Spanish team, Diego Botin and Florian Trittel, with her. So over to you, Noora.
Happy coaching.
Congratulations, guys! You just got bronze medal, and you're like, this is your local home waters. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's obviously great to be racing at World Championships here in Lanzarote. I think the week has been amazing. The organization has been as good as it can get. I think the whole fleet, 49er and FX, we really enjoyed racing here. And yeah, we come home with the bronze, which was not the goal, but it's still a very good result. And it's showing as well that we can be up there, and we still got a list to work on towards Paris now in these last months.
Yeah. Talk us through how this regatta race went, actually. What was the emotions going through and what happened?
Yeah, it was an interesting medal race for us. We were battling for second place with the Dutch and the Brits. We were all very close. And yeah, we went to the right side with the Dutchies, Brits went left, the right side paid, and from there it was, yeah, just keeping the position until the end, and that's how it finished.
And what do you want to say to our live watchers on the TV and YouTube?
Yeah, just saying hi, thanks for tuning in, and I think, yeah, Lanzarote and all the crew who's been offering everybody this broadcast has been really stepping up this game of showcasing the sport to the world. So I think it's definitely the right way we want to be seeing our sport in the future going. So yeah, thank you very much everybody involved, and yeah, hope to come back to Lanzarote for another Worlds. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. We're going back to the studio.
Thank you, Noora. And yes, thank you, Diego and Florian. Very proud to be racing on home waters, and proud to be showcasing Lanzarote as an absolutely world-class venue, and it's been a joy to come down here and get down on the same latitude as the Sahara. Beautiful weather here all year round, and I'm actually going to spend an extra few days here having a holiday before the next event that I move on to on the Olympic circuit. Stevie, what are your thoughts from this week? What's been the biggest surprise for you? Anything jump out at you?
What's been the... I'm not sure if there's been any surprises, really. I mean, I've been very surprised as to the consistency of the French performance. I think I was a little surprised yesterday as to how big an advantage the Dutch ladies and the Swedish ladies had over the rest of the FX fleet. So I think there's a bit of work for an opportunity for the FX fleet to do to try and catch back up with them. And I've got to say, to our production company that have come in here and have managed to get drones flying nearly on board the boats and giving us that kind of onboard experience, just superb. So just generally enjoyed watching a bit of boat racing and wish I was still doing it, but no surprises other than that.
Yeah, well, it's always, it does make you want to wish that you were still doing it when you see a day like today and all that amazing footage that we've been privileged to watch. But that's, of course, to disregard all the hard work and all the hard yards that goes on behind the scenes in Olympic campaign. What you know all too well, Stevie. There's a lot of blood, sweat and tears behind it all. We're going to look at some highlights from the day in a moment. Just remember that URL. Go to 49er.org/gift and if you can contribute, then it means we have a much higher chance of doing another live broadcast at the European Championships in the south of France this coming May. So let's just take a look back at the day with these highlights. So there are the highlights of what has been the sixth final amazing day of racing at the 49er and 49erFX World Championships. I think we're going to be able to get the scores on the board just confirmed. So let's see if we can bring up the results. Okay, we're not quite there with that. But it's been a really varied championship. Huge swell on some days, flatter water today. Strong breeze shifting off the shore, making it really, really tricky to read. Those mountains in the background that you can see, those volcanoes have had their say in the outcome of this championship this week, and reading the conditions has been particularly difficult on some days. But Stevie, over the course of a full championship, over 6 days, we tend to believe that the luck evens out. Do you think it's been a fair championship?
I think it can't have been anything else. There's been enough races. The races have been good and have been in good breeze, really. So I'm sure people will feel the roll of the dice could have gone more their way or less their way. But you know what they say, you make your own luck, don't you? And I think normally those people that feel like they're on the wrong side of the luck probably weren't just quite brave enough or not quite sharp enough to make the decision when they needed to. And as you say, I mean, ultimately we've had 16 races, which is an awful lot of boat races, and they've all been pretty fair from the ones I've seen. So yeah, there'll be people feeling they could have had a bit more luck, I'm sure, but I suggest they probably just go and practice a bit harder.
Thank you, Stevie. Let's take a look at the overall results in the women's competition, the 49erFX. And there we have our new winners, Van Aanholt and Doets from the Netherlands, winning back the title they last won in 2022. Last year's world champions, Bobek and Netzler, have to settle for silver this time round. Germani and Bertuzzi from Italy take the third medal, the bronze, just ahead of the reigning Olympic champions from Brazil, Martine Grael and Cayenne Kunz. The jump out, stand out performance from a team that we weren't really expecting to get as high as fifth, but amazing sailing by Laura Harding and Annie Wilmot from Australia, and then those double world champions from Spain, Echegoyen and Barceló. They didn't quite manage to do that on home waters this time, but they're still in the hunt for a medal this coming Games at Paris 2024. Winning the medal race today has lifted Hoffmann and Bartelheimer from Germany up to 7th, and Lewin LaFrance sisters coming second in that race lifts them to 8th, and then it's Belgium and Poland bringing up the rear on the medal race in the top 10. And there again are our medalists. The gold goes to the Netherlands, silver to Sweden, and bronze to Italy. So if you want to check those scores for the men and the women, go to 49er.org. That's where you'll find loads more information, some fantastic photos by Sailing Energy, some of the best photography you'll find anywhere. And there's an awful lot of good content there. So I hope you enjoy digging back through the detail of all the content, and also the tracking. The tracking that Stevie and I have been using is incredibly informative. And Stevie, people will be using that, the sailors and coaches. You talked about if you feel you've been unlucky this week, you've probably got more learning to do. Well, there's a lot of learning you can do just digging back through the tracking from a week like this, isn't there?
Yeah, I think it's amazing, the technology we've got now, the fact you can have the drones on board, you'll be able to have a little look in at the footage from some of these Jones shots, I say. But I think, yeah, the analytical tools there are nowadays to look at the performances and say, you know, certainly a lot less bar karaoke karate that we used to have in my day. I went this way, he went that way, and you know, you could relay the race and really claim your moments of woe and bad luck and all the rest of it. Whereas I think with this analytics nowadays, you can kind of see the patterns take place, go and review things, and you know, noticeably for me, the French and the Dutch. Very, very good at making a strong decision early on in the race. They're committed, they're aggressive with their decision making, and maybe that whole conservative sailing mindset needs a bit of a rethink, because you need to probably attack the race course. I think that's what they've done very well here. They've not waited for the results to come to them. They've gone out and fought hard to get them and made big, strong decisions. So yeah, the tracking's a great tool, and it will be interesting what people learn from it.
Well, congratulations once again to our new world champions, Erwan, Fischer and Clement Piquin from France. First time ever winners for France in more than a quarter of a century of 49er World Championships. And not a new feeling, but still a great feeling for Adil Van Aanholt and Annette Doets to win back the world title in the 49erFX. So we're going to say thanks to Marina Rubicon, who you can see there, the hosts for this event, the race organisers, the volunteers on and off the water, everyone that makes this happen. I just want to give a shout out to AALVAA, who have run the broadcast. They've never worked with a 49er fleet before, and from the feedback we're getting, I understand that you think this is among the best you've ever seen. So congratulations to them. A great debut onto the skiff circuit and the Olympic scene. And from my fellow commentators, Noora, Ruskola out on the water, Stevie, Morrison, myself, Andy Rice, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the last 6 days of competition. We've got Olympic year coming up. Have a great season. We will see you again on the circuit very soon.